memadukan dan mengembangkan keislaman, keilmuan dan keindonesiaan. Serukan UIN, Sunan Kalijaga, unggul dan terkemuka.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd.
The Honorable to Director of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, Professor Dr. Phil Al-Makin, SAG, MA, Dean Faculty of Dakwah and Communication, Professor Dr. Haja Marhumah, MPD, our distinguished invited speaker, all lecturer and staff of Faculty of Dakwah and Communication, and all the audience and participants.
First of all, let's say thanks to God, the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us mercies and blessings, so we can attend this event today without any obstacle in this happy place and time. Secondly, salawat and salam be with our Prophet, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness into the lightness in this world as well as in the next world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 6th International Dakwah Conference 2022.
By the topic, Transforming Dakwah for Strengthening Society in Post-Pandemic Era. Here I am Rani Octavianur,
and I am Muhammad Fahmi Idris.
As the Master of Ceremony will guide the conference today. But before starting our agenda, let us explain the agenda schedule of this conference. The first agenda is opening, the second is reciting Holy Quran, the third is sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya and hymn of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. The fourth is welcoming and keynote speech. The fifth is the main session, and the last is closing. Ladies and gentlemen, the first agenda is opening. Let's start our agenda today by reciting Basmalah together. Before we go to the next agenda, let us explain the rule of this conference today.
The rule of International Da'wah Conference 2022. First, make sure that you have a stable network connection for your best experience, or otherwise you will be very often interrupted or automatically disconnected. Second, use your real name for your Zoom account display name. Third, it is suggested to change your Zoom display setting into speaker view in order to focus on what speaker are talking. Fourth, please make sure that your microphone is muted on the mute mode in order to not disturb the discussion. The host has the authority to mute the microphone of all participants. Fifth, you may write your question and comment at the chat room, and the committee will collect and deliver them to the chair and the speakers. Sixth, participants with disabilities who need sign language can pin their screen to the user SLI. And the last, let's keep this conference comfort together. Those are the rule of plenary session today, and we need to inform to all the participants that in the end of this agenda, there will be a link of attendance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second agenda is reciting the Holy Quran that will be read by Putri Sekar Jiri Fatimah, student of Communication and Islamic Broadcasting, Faculty of Dakwah and Communication. To Putri Sekar, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. مثل الذين ينفقون أموالهم في سبيل الله كمثل حبة أنبتت 7 سنابل في كل سنبلة في كل سنبلة 100 حبة والله يضاعف لمن يشاء والله واسع عليم والله يضاعف لمن يشاء والله واسع عليم صدق الله العظيم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you to Putri Sekar. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya and Hymnal of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. To all ladies and gentlemen, please pray.
To all participants, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is welcoming speech. The first speech will be delivered by the Dean Faculty of Da'wah and Communication to Professor Dr. Hajah Marhumah MPD. The time is yours.
Thank you, Mas Farhat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can I share our PPT? Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin wa bihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'du. Honorable Rector of UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Pil Almakin MA PhD, Honorable all deans and vice deans across all the faculties of UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta, Honorable all of our invited speaker in this conference, especially Janelle William from United States of America, Ibri Mahsar, PhD from Australia, Professor Mahmud Zuhair from Turkey, Rania Khalid M. Sos from Egypt, Roy Joseph, PhD from India, Yaliz Bayram, PhD candidate from Turkey, Honorable lecture students, all participants in this conference. First and foremost, we thank God Almighty for providing us with the opportunity to host this annual conference, namely the 6th International Dakwah Conference held by the Faculty of Dakwah and Communication, UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala bless to open us all this His blessing, health, and happiness in this world and the next Yaumul Akhir. Then we pay also our respect to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The International Dakwah Conference is one of the international conferences organized by annually by the Faculty of Dakwah and Communication, UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta, as part of our internationalization program. In general, the aim of this conference are to give an opportunity to academics, researchers, students, and activists to share their perspective and ideas on the topics of dakwah. Also dakwah, Islam, and social humanities, and to widen our scholarly network. This year conference takes in central interest in the topic of transforming dakwah for strengthening society in post-pandemic era, addressing current and challenging issues pertaining to dakwah, religious transformation, and also the context of COVID-19 post-pandemic. The pandemic has posed challenges to all aspects of human life, including religion. Many research has shown how religious thinking influences religious people's response to the COVID-19. One of the central questions emerging to this context is, how do religion or religious communities or movement contribute to transformation in the context of post-COVID-19 pandemic? The COVID-19 pandemic has created a new context and also stimulated lively discussion on this subject, forcing us to rethink and imagine about the future of dakwah, future on Islam in general, and its relation to social humanities. In particular, the aim of today's conference, we have two aims, maybe more. The one is to understand the role of dakwah transformation in maintaining community resilient after the pandemic era, especially with regard to mental and also spiritual health and any other social problem in social in general. The second is to formulate policy recommendation for stakeholders, including the government, educational institution, to the universities, social services manager, dakwah institution, and social in general. It is important, I think, to consider the context while interpreting the concept of dakwah. Yeah. It's more than just proselytization. It should be understood as concept of transformation. Transformation refers to a fundamental shift in the structure of an individual thinking, feeling, and acting in the context of dakwah should be about the transforming society based on faith values, transforming the religious, political, social, educational, and economic conditions of the vulnerable and marginalized society regarding of their religious background. The idea of transformation is very vital role or even the essences of religion. The context of COVID-19, the concept of dakwah, therefore, is worth to be revised. Yeah. How do the COVID-19 context shape the understanding and the practice of dakwah in the context of multicultural religious societies? Based on our vision and mission, we are eager to become a faculty with national reputation on par with also international standard faculty and study program. The faculty has 6 study programs that have been accredited by national and international accreditation bodies, 5 bachelor program, Islamic communication and broadcasting, Islamic guidance and counseling, Islamic community development, dakwah management, social and social work. Yeah. And also we have 1 graduate program in Islamic communication and broadcasting. Inshallah, will be open to graduate program as soon as possible, Islamic guidance and counseling, and also Islamic communication, Islamic community development. The last, we hope this conference will provide you with the best opportunity to engage in fruitful discussion, generate ideas, arguments, and creative thoughts, and hopefully put them into practice and the betterment of our society, leading us to contribute more the country. Finally, I want to congratulate and thank everyone who worked so hard to make this happen, especially to Pak Rektor who was there for us every step on the way, the Vice Dean, and the entry committees. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah, wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thariq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to the Professor Haji Marhumah for the speech. The next piece is from our rector of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University to Professor Dr. Pil Almakin SAGMA. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Is my voice okay? Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm so happy because of new shirt. This shirt is a uniform from the Faculty of Dakwah. Thank you, Ibu Dekan, Professor Marhumah, for such nice words. And thank you for the Vice Deans, Ibu Prof. Jasmini, Pak Mustafa, and then Pak Fajar Hotma. Also, the shirt is similar to mine. And thank you. It's look like our founding father's shirt in 1945. Soekarno and Hatta, the proclamators of the independence of Indonesia, used to have something like this. The color and also the style and the vision. I'm very happy to repeat Ibu Dekan to welcome everybody, speakers from outside Indonesia and from our campus. Ibu Janelle William from United States of America, Ebrima Sar from Australia, Professor Hur Mahmud from Turkey, Rania Khalid from Egypt, and Yels Bayam from Turkey, and Roy Joseph from India. And I would like to mention speakers from the Faculty of Dakwah and Communication, Ibu Rofah PhD, Ibu Siti Samsiatun PhD, and Dr. Arif Maftuhin. And also Dr. Fajar Hotma, the Vice Dean of the Student Affairs, and of course, Dr. Hamdan Daulay, lecturers in this faculty. I'm very happy with this conference, and my wish that this conference will be a lot of fun and people will enjoy the time to discuss and to listen insights from many presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of the name of this university, Sunan Kalijaga, Sunan Kalijaga literally means Saint Kalijaga, or this figure is very important in the Javanese Muslim tradition. He approximately lived in the 17th or 16th century before the Dutch and English colonial rules. Javanese Muslims will know these legends and myths that the figures of Sunan Kalijaga represents the accommodative and tolerance attitude and worldview of Islam to local Javanese cultures and other faiths and beliefs. Sunan Kalijaga, it is said, took wisdoms from Hindu and Buddhist traditions, stories of Mahabharata, Hindu old tales of the war between Pandava groups and Kurawa groups, representing evil versus good, and transforming society into good society. Sunan Kalijaga, the saint of Kalijaga, did not discard or throw away all these legends, all these tales, all these narratives of Hindu Buddhists, but rather Sunan Kalijaga took these tales and transformed them into Islamic narrative. And Sunan Kalijaga is best represented in the performance of shadow puppet show, or in our language, wayang. Shadow puppet show, or the show of the puppets, used and has been used until now, in many performances to describe the mood and the contemporary narrative using Mahabharata tales. So yesterday was the anniversary of Sunan Kalijaga, 71st anniversary. Our university is the oldest among Islamic university under the administration of religious affairs, the Ministry of Religious Affairs. Yesterday, we also present shadow puppet show. And particularly, we like some anecdotes and joke to express our feeling and to show to the public that we are very good in making joke and love each other and loving ourselves. I think shadow puppet show remains a very effective tools to communicate among us, to express our ideas, to inform to the public what happened in our country, what happened in our campus. And yesterday, the performer or the dalang, the master of shadow puppet show, was a graduate of the Faculty of Dakwah and Communication. Yesterday, we enjoy very much. And in celebrating 71st of our anniversary, we also took a walk in the forest in our new will be a campus in Bantul, like 45 minutes drive from our current campus. And then we celebrate together and we wish we can build new campus as soon as we can. And I'm sure our dreams and our vision together, we can do that. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note that inventing and creating figures or hero like Kalijaga is very important in our effort to have models, to have example, how good and how accommodative, how moderate our faith Islam is. Sunan Kalijaga can be taken as a role model. And I think a famous anthropologist, Clifford Geertz, has mentioned in his book, comparing the figures of Sunan Kalijaga with our proclamator of the independence of Indonesia, Soekarno. Both Sunan Kalijaga and Soekarno described by Clifford Geertz as an syncretic, accommodative figures. Try to unite different factions in Indonesia. Please underline that Indonesia is very big, very fast, and very diverse. Our diversity, not only in nature, consisted of 17,000 of islands. You can imagine 17,000 of islands. Each island has its own religious traditions. Let's say in a very easy way, imagine our culinary, our food. From Aceh, the northern tips of Sumatra Island, to Papua, the eastern part of Indonesia, we can travel and enjoy different culinary, different kind of food. Let's take sticky rice as an example, ketan. Sticky rice is cooked by different kinds of cuisine. In Sumatra, sticky rice is cooked inside young bamboo trunk, burn and grill, and taste really, really very delicious. But each province presents a different taste, different delicacy, made mainly from sticky rice. If we travel by far to the eastern part of Indonesia, for instance, in Manado, we will enjoy culinary made of sticky rice and in a different way, because sticky rice, the same as in Sumatra, cooked inside bamboo trunk, but inside the sticky rice, there are some delicious fish, either tuna or anchovy. That's a delicious sticky rice represent how diverse we are. The materials is the same, sticky rice, ketan, but cooked in different ways and taste differently, all of them very delicious. I can promise this. Please taste. For those who do not taste yet, please try. We should be brave to eat something different made by Indonesian hands and Indonesian kitchen. That represent the diversity of our faith. We are the majority Muslims, but so many organizations, so many schools, so many ways of praying, so many ways of stating our prayers, so many ways of expressing our piety. We should appreciate this diversity. And in the faculty of Dawah and Communication, we need communication. How to communicate these very eloquent, unique, and beautiful prayers in different 700 languages of Indonesia. So it is indeed not surprising that Indonesia is a home for at least 1,300 religious groups. Anthropologists and sociologists have debated this, whether 1,300 religious groups can be included as religions or as a system of beliefs or only as a groups, religious groups. But one thing is correct, that we are so diverse and we should appreciate and understand diversity as best as we can. And this is our homework. So far, the policy by our state, by our government, I think need a lot of improvement in terms of responding how diverse we are. And we are, as scholars, as academics in the campus, have a big important task, which is to define diversity in Indonesia, to give a clear explanation and good interpretations what diversity is, what multiculturalism is, what pluralism is from the point of view of Indonesians. And to be very honest with you, I don't mean that I boast a lot, but indeed I have traveled from the northern tips of Sumatra Island, and I stay there for a while in Aceh and conduct research. And I also did in the eastern part of Indonesia, and I engage in many conversations, interviews, collecting some data and observations. And I participate in many ceremonies, rituals, and prayers with many locals in many provinces of Indonesia. And I enjoy a lot. It's a lot of fun. And I witness that different provinces offer different religious traditions. We are all Muslims, once again. But Islam in Aceh and Islam in Java and Islam in Banjarmasin and Islam in Sulawesi are practiced differently. Each local offers local wisdoms and local tradition. Our challenge, how to define, how to explain, how to convey this to the world, that Indonesian Islam is unique, how this can contribute to the discourse of scholarly Islamic discussion. And particularly our faculty, the Faculty of Dawah and Communication, has a duty how to communicate this to the world, and particularly how to communicate this reality to Indonesian public. And we have witnessed, particularly in the phase of 2024, Indonesia will have a general elections. And public is very simple. Usually influencers of Instagram or Twitter or Facebook use black and white perspective, evil versus right. Those who are with us are good people. Those who disagree with us are bad people. This is very easy and very easy to influence people, but it's not good for our maturity. We are not either evil or good. We are not. And the world is not divided into black and white. Indonesia particularly is so diverse. There are so many colors. There are so many practices. And I can say there is no evil. The evil is inside our head. The evil is inside our thinking. The evil is our misunderstanding of reality. The reality is very pretty. The reality is very beautiful. Like I said about sticky rice. The sticky rice, which is ketan, can be made into several kinds of delicious food. And all of them are very delicious. And no evil whatsoever in the sticky rice. With the same thing we can say, with the same logic we can say, Islam is a good, Christianity is a good, Buddhism is a good, Hindu traditions is a good, Confucianism is a good, mysticism is a good, everything is good. But how we can understand well, that is the challenge. And how we can explain this to the public. Nothing wrong with our faith. But you know, once I have discussions last week, I think, that in particular, in the society level, understanding diversity almost has no problem. We find no obstacle in appreciating other faiths, in understanding different churches, in entering different mosques, in understanding different vihara and pura. There is no problem. However, when it comes to politics, the story is different. Politics change the landscape. Politics comes in shockingly and produce different narratives. So we have experience. Many times we held general elections after the reform period, after the fall of new order in Indonesia, after 1998. We experience divide. We experience political identities. We experience disagreement become conflict. We experience different choices become issue. We experience different political parties become almost like a war within the family, within a similar groups, and within the same faith. So once again, this is, I might say, opportunity for all of us to define this and to give good explanation, not only in papers, in scholarly journals, but also this can contribute to the public, particularly in Indonesia. And I think Sunan Kalijaga, once again, I would return to our hero, Sunan Kalijaga. He harmonized Javanese local wisdom and Islam. And we can still continue his way of presenting Islam. Ladies and gentlemen, I would touch upon briefly about the situation in our city, Yogyakarta. Please look at to the eastern part of Yogyakarta. We'll find many Hindu and Buddhist temples built by pre-Islamic kingdoms. And we know there are some collaboration between Hindu and Buddhist rulers. Prambanan, the oldest and the most beautiful temples, and the biggest temples, and built for centuries, I do believe, not only in one night, as legend and myth says. And building such a huge monuments require cooperation and collaboration. And cooperation is not among one groups and similar faiths, but different faiths. In Hindu, we witness there are some groups, some venerate Shiva, some venerate Vishnu, some venerate Brahma. And the three groups, I think, collaborate to build Prambanan temples. And beyond that, Buddhists also take a part and collaborate with Hindu groups. We can witness that in the Prambanan temple, there are many icons, there are many statues, not only Buddhists, not only Hindus, but a different kind of worshippers, different kind of deities, different kind of prayers and veneration. And then again, we could return to this wisdom. And I would like once more to remind us the history of Indonesia, full of compromise, full of accommodation, full of syncretism, and full of discussion. And we should be very proud of. And this country consisted of 250 million peoples with different faiths, and in Java alone 30 million peoples with different faiths. So please understand each other, please communicate well. That is our challenge. I wish this conference can bridge among us. This conference become hub. This conference can be a place to meet each other, to share our experiences, to share our researches, and to listen to each other, and to talk to each other. And I wish we can become better friends and broaden our horizon of friendships. Let us make as many as friends as possible. Don't look for enemies. Please make friends. Please find colleagues, friends, as many as possible from different regions, from different countries. And with a lot of friends, our life will be happier. With a lot of friends, we will be more successful. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Good luck, have fun, and enjoy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Professor Al-Makil for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the main session, the 6th International Dakwah Conference 2022, by the topic, Transforming Dakwah for Strengthening Society in Post-Pandemic Era. These are the speakers of the first conference. The first is a Primasar PhD from Australia. Second, Dr. Fajar Hatma Indrajaya Esos, MSc from Indonesia. The third, Dr. Arif Maftuhin, MAGM AIS from Indonesia. This first conference will be guided by the moderator, Ms. Halimatul Sa'diyah. She's a lecturer of Islamic Community Development Study Program. She has written some research and studies, and she has published it in the social-related journals of humanities. She also often becomes speaker in various seminars related to public speaking. So Ms. Dia, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Fahmi. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here today. And let me introduce myself. My name is Halimatus Sadia as your moderator for this first session. In the session, we will have three great speakers who will present about transforming dakwah for strengthening in post-pandemic era. Okay, so as we know that after the COVID-19 pandemic, the transformation in our life aspect are still working, right? We kept some good thing from the pandemic and combine into our last habit before the pandemic. We keep the online system like we do today, but also start to do everything offline again. This transformation can make a new pattern in many ways, including dakwah. So in today's seminar, at the Today International Conference, we will discuss about the transforming Da'wah in post-pandemic era. So to all the participants here, you may write down your question into the chat box and don't forget to mention your name and write down the speaker's name that you want to ask. Don't forget to write clearly your question. And the Q&A session will be held in our last session after each presentation present their material about each 30 minutes to deliver the presentation. So now let's the first session begin. The first speaker we got Mr. Ebri Mastar PhD from Victoria Advocate for Moorland and Durban City Council in Victoria, Australia. And he will present about spirituality for a peaceful, healthy society. Mr. Ebri Masar is a social worker and researcher of religion and conflict studies. He is also a member of Executive Management Team of the Australian African Foundation for Retention and Opportunity, or aafro.com.eu, and he obtained postgraduate degree from Gajah Mada University, University of Brunei Darussalam, the University of Melbourne, Australia, and a PhD from the Indonesian Consortium of Religion Studies Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta. His research interests include religion, social work, child safety, political science, and contemporary issues. Hello, Mr. Ebrima, how are you today? Okay, please, maybe the committee can unmute the Mr. Ebrima, sir, first. Okay. All right, but still, okay. Hello, Mr. Ebrima, how are you today?
Yeah, good morning. I'm good. How are you?
Yes, great. I'm very happy to see you here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, please, Mr. Ebrima, you can deliver your presentation about 30 minutes, and after that, we will have Q&A session after all the session finish. Please, Mr. Ebrima.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ivo Halimatos.
Yes.
Ebrima Sar. I'm like talking from Victoria here in Melbourne. But first of all, in line with Australian tradition, before I start, I would like to make acknowledgement of country. I'm talking from the Wurundjeri country here in Melbourne, who are the traditional owners of the land. So I would like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri of the Kulin Nation as the traditional owners of the land in which I am talking from today. I pay my respect to their elders past, present, and emerging. I believe that the land was never ceded. Sovereignty belongs to the Aboriginal people, always was, always will be Aboriginal land. Thank you. So next, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude and highest appreciation to each and every individual member of this gathering who have contributed in one way or the other to make this conference a success. My special thanks to go to Professor Al-Makin and Ibu Atun, who were my professor during my PhD program in ICRS at Edinburgh University. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this important conference. Also, special thanks goes to all the deans, fellow speakers, the organizing committee, and all participant. I appreciate the opportunity given to me to be speaking in this important August gathering. And my topic today is spirituality for a peaceful, healthy society. And as you know, my background, my PhD background was done on like Salawatan, Habib Sheh, and New Sufism. And I have done an extensive research in this area, and we continue from 2012 until now. So in my presentation today, I will give an overview, so the background of my research, my topic, then the summary of the finding and the conclusion. I'm not sure, like, Halima, whether I can share my screen or I can just talk like that.
Okay, Mr. Abraham, maybe you can try. We already opened the share screen access.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, okay, I will share my screen.
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Yeah, this is like, as my topic is spirituality for a peaceful, healthy society. So I will be presenting, I will be talking about Salawata and Habib Sheh and neo-civilism, which is my background. So the presentation will be divided into like 3 different topics. So I'll give an introduction, then background, the theoretical framework, the summary of my findings, and the conclusion. And please, if you have any question, feel free to ask, or if you don't understand what I'm saying, I'm happy to repeat myself. So as you know, what Salawatan is, which is a very significant form of, like, it includes dawa, it includes like a lot of different things. So it comes from an Arabic word, Salah, which is the 5 daily prayers. In Malay, it means prayers. So, and then you have, it also includes Maulid Nabi, which is celebrating the birth of the Prophet of Islam. And then it includes a lot of zikr, but also it includes like dawa, and there is also the food and other small business activities that happen around. And the main subject of who I was studying is Habib Sheh. So Habib Sheh, his background is from Hadramaut. He was born in Solo, and I have been following him since 2011. Yeah, I've traveled together with him and other KIA in different parts of Java, but also in different countries in Southeast Asia and in all these places. So we they have a significant number of followers, numbering in millions. So at the beginning, like, Sarawata was associated with Islamic piety. Mostly it was practiced by the Santri in Pesantren, and mostly in NU Pesantren. But however, recently, so it has been transformed significantly by Habib Sheh, but also other PIE who practice this form of Islamic piety. And it's not only taking place in Pesantren, but it also takes place in university campus and other public space in Indonesia, but also in other countries around the world. So, and the background of Salawatan comes from like Sufism, and Neo-Sufism is the new form of Sufism, which is an Islamic practice. Some call it mysticism, or a Sufi, one who practice Sufism. So in Arabic, it means like pure, or one of the elected. And Sufi itself comes from Suf, wool, and it's because like Ali, it's an imitation of Ali, Christian, who used to carve themselves in wool. And then when the Sufi started practicing this in that early centuries, they try to imitate those people by wearing those kind of wool. And some call it tawasuf, but some call al-haq, the followers of the real. And if you read a lot about Ibn Arabi, he referenced al-haq, which is the followers of the real, which also reference to Almighty God as one, but something that is real. So the significance of this study, the study offers a time frame study of qualitative data in the assessment of spirituality, the ritual of Salawatan and its effect on the peaceful, healthy society of rural and urban inhabitants of Central Java, Indonesia. But not only in Central Java, Indonesia, this is also being practiced and embraced in other countries in Southeast Asia and here in Australia. So the contribution of this study, it helps in the understanding of Islam as a peaceful and practical religion that does not promote conservatism, fundamentalism, or aggressive teaching or practice. And this is important to understand, especially in countries like Australia here, where different people have different understanding of Islam and what it teaches. But like with Sufi practice, with Neo-Sufism, with Salawatan, so then they can understand that Islam is not about conservatism, it's not about fundamentalism, but it is a peaceful religion that teach about harmony, that teach about sharing, but that also teach about healthy practices. And we have seen this during COVID-19 and also after COVID-19, where like government officials, but also institutions turn to like these religious leaders, whether they are Muslims or like Christian or the Sikh, in order to help propagate about healthy practice, healthy protocol to overcome the spread of COVID-19. So the Islamic religion contributed a lot in this here. So another contribution of this research, it also shows that religion is important in social life in Indonesia and other Southeast Asian countries, and that the Salawatan ritual is integrated into community life in these countries. And as I said, because there is a large community of Indonesian in Melbourne, but also other Muslims from other countries. So, and this practice is an inherent part of their life as well. So the theoretical framework I use throughout my research is ritual and performance. And I reference Clifford Diggs a lot, so who see ritual as symbolic. So Diggs believe that rituals shape social order and inflict meaning on disorderly experience. So his symbolic approach to ritual provoked scholars such as Nislo Minolfo, Redcliffe Brown, George C. Homans, and Edmund Lee, who see ritual as a description of the social order. And we can, Salawatan is one way that help us to understand this, where some people see, like Habib said, you can see him there in the future as a symbolic representative of the social order in Java, but in other parts of Indonesia and Southeast Asia in general. So my findings, so like Sufi ritual, including the phenomenon of Salawatan, has been a form of spiritual life as well as a culture and intellectual doctrine that binds together elite and common Muslim throughout the Islamic world. So the Sufi orders and practice never stop attracting scholars and state officials, which is evident in the ritual phenomenon of Salawatan by Habib Sheikh and other PIE. And as I said, during COVID-19 and post-pandemic, people and government turn to PIE and other religious leaders to promote healthy protocols in their societies. This was evident both in Indonesia and here in Australia. For instance, like I give an example of I was not in Indonesia during COVID-19 because of the lockdown and the closing of borders, but here in Melbourne. So what the government did was when they realized that the message was not going through, and there is a lot of multicultural communities here in Melbourne. So in order to get to those people, they turn to religious leaders. And they spend a lot of resources to give to these people in order to help government and other authorities to reach to their communities. And this was done in mosques, in churches, and also in other religious places. So the performance of Salatan contributed religious knowledge and spiritual experience, entertainment, and economic benefit to its followers, thereby helping to alleviate poverty, improve education, reduce religious intolerance, and promote a healthy society. And then we can, because when I will give another example of Melbourne, because as I said, I was not in Java during COVID-19. In Melbourne, what happened when COVID hit, when the economic collapsed and then everything closed down, the whole city. We had the largest lockdown in the world. We are locked in our houses for 9 months. But then what you can do during that period, then people turn to religion again. And then, start watching this recording of religious leaders preaching about what people can do to help them during those lockdown. But they also help promote a healthy society by telling followers to follow the rules and regulations that can help in reducing the spread of COVID-19. But because people were in lockdown, so they use a lot of online resources like preaching and other stuff. So I will give the conclusion. So Habib Sheikh and other KI's steadfastness in preaching the importance of peace and healthy practice using the ritual of performance of Salawatan is very acceptable to followers and thus provide a welcome antidote to the rising tide of COVID-19 during and after the pandemic. Because even though he hasn't been to Melbourne since I have been here, but he has a lot of followers here too, who listen either online or listen to recording on YouTube and other stuff, and they appreciate it too, because what happened, they can say that, oh, Islam is not only about those fundamentalism or conservatism that I have mentioned earlier, but there is another verse, and some are attracted to this type of dawah or to this type of performance or to this type of ritual. Some are attracted by the dawah, but also some are attracted by the music and the sound that they produce, and some they appreciate it even though they are not Muslims, but they also like to follow the performance of Habib say. So which is another good way of preaching, but telling people about Islam and Indonesia in general in this part of the world. That's my presentation, and thank you very, very much. Terima kasih. If you have any question, you are welcome. Back to you, Mbak Halinda.
Thank you, Mr. Ebrima. Okay, I will give some little bit note in Bahasa Indonesia, so maybe it can help the student to little bit catch the point. Ada beberapa hal yang disampaikan Mr. Ebrima dalam presentasinya terkait ritual salawatan ya, bahwa ritual salawatan ini menjadi salah satu sarana menunjukkan Islam sebagai Islam yang damai dan bukan sebagai praktik agama yang agresif dan konservatif. Selain itu juga mengajarkan terkait harmoni dan berbagi yang berlangsung sebelum dan setelah COVID-19. Dan salawatan ini menjadi penting pada kehidupan sosial di Indonesia dan negara-negara di Asia Tenggara. Dan preferensi teori yang digunakan dalam penelitian yang dilakukan Mr. Ebrima terkait ritual and performance theories, di mana ritual digunakan sebagai simbol yang mempresentasikan produk sosial. Beberapa catatan hasil penelitian yang menarik yang mungkin bisa teman-teman gali kembali nanti di sesi tanya jawab, bahwa selama pandemi dan post pandemi ini ya, bahwa Kiai menyampaikan tentang protokol kesehatan yang membantu ya untuk mengatasi tingkat penyebaran COVID-19 baik di Indonesia maupun di Australia, dan kegiatan ini juga berkontribusi pada pengetahuan agama, pengalaman spiritual, menghibur dan juga memberikan manfaat ekonomi untuk jemaah. Thank you very much, Mr. Ebrima. So we will meet again in the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Halim. Yeah.
Yes, okay, you can call me Dia to make it easier. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ebrima. So that's the very good presentation from Mr. Ebrima. Now we move to the second speaker. After we go to the Australia, now we back to Indonesia. We have Dr. Arif Maftuhin, MAG, MAIS, an Associate Professor of Islamic Law and Disability Studies from Social Welfare Study Program, Faculty of Da'wah and Communication, UIN Sunan Kalijaga. He finished his Magister Program, University of Washington, and Doctoral Program in UIN Sunan Kalijaga. And he just finished his postdoctoral fellow at Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Assalamualaikum, Bapak Arif.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sugeng Enjang, Mbak.
Sugeng Enjang. So, Bapak Arif Maftuhin will deliver a presentation about Da'wah, peace or conflict, a view from Jerusalem. It's going to be a very interesting presentation, Pak Arif. So, you have 30 minutes to deliver the presentation. Please.
Okay, thank you very much, and saya ingin mengucapkan selamat dan terima kasih kepada semua pihak, everyone who has contributed to organizing to this conference, and it's an honor for me to be here with you, with Samsiatun, Rofa, Mas Pajar, Hotma. Pak Rektor always say Pajar Hotma. Because I think his name remind us to Hotma Sitompul, yeah. But he is Pajar Atma, and also I don't know if Pak Rektor is still here. Yeah, Budekan and everyone's in Faculty of Da'wah. Yeah, I really happy to listen the presentation from Mas Brima, because that is the point that I want to start actually, because when he talked about Islam in Indonesia, it seems that as it has been very typical to describe Islam in Indonesia as moderate, peaceful, and one of his point is that this is the activities like Solawat can contribute to a peaceful society, that Islam that doesn't promote conservatisms, radicalisms. So I would like to emphasize on the typical understanding of Islam as a factor. Maybe Islam is considered as the one that can influence the society. Just like we also believe that we need to export. So we believe so much in our model of Islam, and we believe that we can export our Islam to other country. This is the model of Islam that promote peaceful coexistence, tolerance, very typical of moderate Islam. Indonesia can be exported to other country. But my question today is it true that Islam can be exported to other country? And is it not in the other way around, that actually Islam is merely a product of its society? So my thesis would be Indonesian Islam is peaceful because Islam live in a peaceful society. So instead of saying that Islam promotes moderatism, Islam promotes tolerance, Islam in Indonesia become moderate, become peaceful, because Islam in Indonesia is interpreted by peaceful society. Jadi kebalikannya gitu ya. Jadi orang Indonesia itu menjadi Islam moderat karena memang masyarakatnya moderat gitu ya. So I will bring a case to compare, and my case in of course this is Jerusalem. I live in Jerusalem for 1 year, and I think I observe what happened in the cities and also what happened in the mosque, Masjid Al-Aqsa. So this case can really challenge to that assumption that Islam can promote moderatism, Islam can promote tolerance. Because moderatism and tolerance, for me, is just a product of the society, instead of Islam, the one that become a contributing factors of the society. So let me share my screens. Okay, you can see from the from my cover of my presentation that this is the very typical situation after Friday prayers in Al-Aqsa. Everyone will use the opportunity to meet to other people, and this one is like pertigaan demokrasi across our campus in UIN Sunan Kalijaga, where people gather and then doing the demonstration. This is the place where everyone gather to promote their ideas. And every time I hear these speakers from various group in the mosque, that interests me to understand what is the message, then what kind of Islam that we can learn from Al-Aqsa. But to understand this more informal meetings, it is very difficult for me to collect the data, so I would change my focus. Rather than looking at this informal meeting, I would like to see at the khutbah. So my presentation is about what the khutbah delivers during Friday prayers in Masjid Al-Aqsa in Jerusalem. So before starting to analyze the khutbah, I would like to emphasize the context in the city of Jerusalem. I call it as a contested city because this is one of the most complicated city in the world. In 1948, the United Nations designs what used to be a Palestine mandate to become 3 divided status. One is for future Israeli state, one is for future Palestinian state. It was not Palestinian state, actually, it was Arab state. So Israeli state, Arab state, and the one that is left undecided is the city of Jerusalem, because I think United Nations really understand that everyone claim to have a right to be the owners of the city. So, but now, by de facto, Jerusalem is under full control of Israel. So this should be a neutral, no man's lands, no man's cities. But in fact, Jerusalem is under full control of Israeli state. So there is only one Jerusalem today, no east and west. So according to another plan, Jerusalem will be divided into East and West Jerusalem. West Jerusalem is designed to be the capital of Israel, and the other one, the east side of Jerusalem would be the capital of future, when we don't know, Palestinian state. But the fact today, there is only one single Jerusalem under Israeli authorities, Israeli rules. So Israel call it as Jerusalem, but most Palestinians, Arabs, and the media that sympathize them would call it as the occupied East Jerusalem. And Al-Aqsa Mosque is in this occupied East Jerusalem. So the occupation. So we have to understand this, that Al-Aqsa is the mosque that living under occupation. So as you can see from the pictures, this is very usual, normal day life in Jerusalem, in Mosque Al-Aqsa. Maybe you watch from the TV that sometimes there is a conflict, there is a clash between Israeli forces with Palestinian inside the mosque, but usually they are inside the mosque. Jadi mereka tidak masuk masjid untuk perang, untuk mukulin orang, ya memang sehari-hari begitu. It's very typical on the daily basis that we can see Israeli forces inside the complex of Al-Aqsa. So legally speaking, the complex of Al-Aqsa, this is fortified by walls around the mosque, is under the custodianship of Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. So this is still neutral. This is not part of Palestine, the part of Palestine. So Al-Aqsa Mosque is not part of Palestine. So this is under custodianship of Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan and guarded by Israel. So there are like 6 or 8 gates into the mosque, and in every gate you will find Israeli force, Shoter Hagabul, the police borders. It's not bukan tentara, they are not police and not an army, they are a police border, special police borders that guard the mosque. And the other fact is not everyone actually allowed to enter Masjid Al-Aqsa. So if you come from outside of Jerusalem, you are Palestinian of under 50 years old, you cannot have an access to enter the city. So if you live in Hebron or Ramallah or other cities in West Bank, you cannot come and enter the city of Jerusalem because you are to be suspected as potential terrorist persons. So only those who are over 50 years old that can have access to the mosque. But if you live in Jerusalem, you are Arab Palestinian living in Jerusalem, you can go anytime you want, except if, of course, if you do some illegal, according to Israel, you will be banned from entering the mosque. And also, there is an effort by a small group of Jews. This is a small group, actually, not a mainstream, not the majority of Israeli want to do this, who promote to reenact the temple, the third temple, they say, because the first temple was destroyed, and then the second temple also destroyed, and then they want to rebuild the temple. This is the temple that was first built by Nabi Sulaiman, and now become Dome of the Rock that on the pictures. That was the place where Jewish temple was erected the first time by Nabi Sulaiman. So because of this situation and because of sometimes political tensions rising, and also sometimes because of election, Pak Rector mentioned about what is the influence of Indonesian election to the society. This is also the case in Israel. When election come, so in the future, Prime Minister would do something just to attract the vote, like bombing Gaza, for example. Why Israeli bomb send air attack to Gaza? Just because next November they will have election. So to be elected as a Israeli prime minister, you have to show to your society that you are hard enough to deal with Palestinians. So this is sometimes only election matters, but it become a violence. It's become incident that you can see from TV, from YouTube. Yeah, that's sometimes happen, the incident. But normal life, normal daily life in Israel and in Jerusalem is very peaceful. You can go to the mosque, pray, sleep, whatever you want inside the mosque, and you are free to come. Okay, so and this is also, I need to show you that Masjid Al-Aqsa is the only mosque that hold Salat Jum'ah, Friday prayers. So even though there are many mosques in Jerusalem, many mosques in Jerusalem, particularly in East Jerusalem, we have a lot of mosques in East Jerusalem. But during Friday, no mosque hold Friday prayer. So everyone who want to pray Friday prayer, they have to go to Al-Aqsa Mosque. So this is the place where everyone from across Palestinian land, I think, because this is not only Jerusalemite, people who live in Jerusalem, but also Arab from outside of Jerusalem would come and pray for Friday prayer. So Friday prayer can be very big gathering, up to 200,000 jamaah, 200,000 congregations coming to Al-Aqsa Mosque. And also, of course, if the question is whether this is religious or political, I would say this is mixed between religious and political reasons, because for the last 7 or 8 years, there is a rebirth movement that promote to untuk memakmurkan, to promote activities inside the mosque. So this is the way that they can do, because this is the only way they do the resistance against Israeli occupation in Jerusalem. So what they do is just come to the mosque, reading the Quran, doing like a circle study, learning together about fiqh. You come in the morning, you will have Ustad or Ustada who will teach you tahsin, to better reading the Quran, or to discuss some religious teachings, or just coming to the mosque and pray. So the objective is to maintain Al-Aqsa as the centers of Islamic community and Islamic unity within and under the occupation of Israeli government. So this is what we call as the rebirth movement inside the Al-Aqsa. So the question, I think, is what then to preach peace or struggle or fight? So I will be looking at around, actually I have a collection of 40 khutbah Jumat that I would like to study for my papers, for my next paper, I think. So I would give you one of the example of the khutbah. Let's see. This is it's not like in Makkah, because the quality and yeah, I don't know if you can listen, but this is one of the example of the khutbah in Masjid Al-Aqsa that I analyzed. So I have collected 40 khutbah, but for this paper or for this presentation, I will talk only about it's around 10 khutbah that I would like to analyze and to understand what are the messages that they give to the Jamaah congregation of Salat Jum'ah in Masjid Al-Aqsa. So if we look at this khutbah, I can find this at least 5 topic or major theme of the khutbah. The first one is, and it is repeated by almost most of the preachers in Al-Aqsa. Most of the khatib will talk about this Al-Aqsa as the Holy Land. So Holy Land is something that actually not easy to define, as you know, because the mosque was built not during the time of the Prophet. We are talking about Nabi Muhammad doing Isra Mi'raj and always doing Isra Mi'raj. But you have to know that during the time of the Prophet, there was no Al-Aqsa Mosque. When Muslim conquered during the time of Umar bin Khattab, the place that is now become mosque was abandoned hill. It's like a garbage place that no one want to touch, no one to come. Itu tempat jin buang anak kalau orang Jakarta mengatakan. So when the time of the Prophet, there is no Al-Aqsa Mosque. There is only the abandoned hill. So, but if you see during the khutbah, the khatib would always like to emphasize this position of Al-Aqsa as the Holy Land. This is the place. This is the place where Nabi Muhammad SAW doing the Isra Mi'raj. One of the khatib say, "Kana maulidu rasulikumil akram fi Makkah, wa hijratuhu ila Taibah, wa inna isra'ahu ilal Quds Sharif wa mi'raju min hadzal bikhari tahirah." So this is the place that Nabi Muhammad doing the Mi'raj, to langit ketujuh, to the heaven, to the highest heaven of 7 level. And second, because Al-Aqsa is the Holy Land, and this is the Holy Land of Muslim. Exclusive right of Al-Aqsa is on the hand of Muslim. No other group, no other religious community has a right on this site. Wa huwa makanun li ibadatil muslimin wahdahum. Wala hukma fihi illallah. Wala imarata fihi li ahli wala wujuda fihi ghairul muslimin. This is really emphasized that the place is exclusively belong to Muslim. And the third one is promoting the sense that Al-Aqsa is in danger. There is always a threat. There is always danger from outside of Muslim community, particularly from the Jewish community, to take over Al-Aqsa, to take over the mosque, to destroy the mosque. So this is the message that was talk again among the khatib. And the fourth is the general message on moralities. It is very similar to what we can find here in Indonesia. The khatib will talk about not doing zina, not doing homosexuality, don't drink alcoholic, because you live among societies that in Indonesia it's easy. to avoid drinking alcoholic beverage, for example. But if you live in Israel, it is very difficult to avoid alcoholic drinking because the society and the Jewish society consider alcoholic drinking wine as part of their religious ritual. So if you are doing the Sabbath, one of your favorites is always wine. So maybe some Muslim, like I have a Muslim friend who have a collection of beer in his room. And 5 is to be patient, resilience, and optimistic, because you are under occupation and you have to be patient against this occupation. And if you are sabar enough and you are patient enough, Allah will reward you with a victory at the end of the day. So my question and my last question, and I think this is what I said earlier about whether we can have moderate Islam or peaceful Islam in a different context. So in the context of Palestinian society, in the context of Jerusalem, it is almost impossible to imagine that Islam will give you any peaceful message, because you live under occupation. What you need is to maintain the feeling of resistance. Jihad is natural because this is the only way to respond to the society, to respond your situation. If you say that jihad is actually something more personal, jihad is against your hawa nafsu, it's not relevant in Israel because you have enemy, you are under occupation, and the best jihad is fighting Israelis. So if you expect any peaceful message in such context, it's just almost impossible. Yes, we do have some very general message like to love fellow human, like you have to love your fellow neighbors, your fellow friends, your fellow co-workers. But again, this is very rare and it is usually contextualized, only applicable within Muslim society, Muslim community. So in Indonesia, maybe in UI and Sunan Kalijaga, in Masjid Campus, we often listen from Khotib talking about interreligious relation, promoting peaceful tolerance Islam, to live together with minorities. But in Jerusalem, no one will talk about that because that's not contextualized. That's not relevant to the society. So even when they are talking about Islamic version of Jesus, Moses, and other prophet, what we hear is always something that's very typical of Islam. Jesus, of course, we live just next to the holiest place of Christianity, the church of, I don't remember the name, but the place where Jesus was buried after he was crucified. But we always say that was not Jesus that was crucified. That was another person, and Jesus is going to the heaven and was saved by God and will come at the end of the day. So it's very rare to find any peaceful message, and I think this is very relevant because it's not relevant to talk the other way around. So my concluding remark is that religious message is always contextual. Indonesians Islam, what we believe as moderate, peaceful, may be relevant only in a peaceful context, or maybe that Indonesian version of Habib Syekh and Salawatan will be only relevant and created by the peaceful societies, not the other way around. So it is not salawat that make us peaceful, but because we are peaceful, we invented peaceful salawat. Maybe if you are in the occupation like in Jerusalem, the only salawat that you will do is maybe Salawat Badar. It's not Simtud Duror, because maybe Salawat Badar is more relevant for you in Jerusalem. And Salawat Badar is, yes, as you know, Salawat Badar will be one that can revive your fighting spirit rather than your peaceful spirit. So the last thing is that I doubt that Indonesian model of Islam can be exported. Yes, I have a Russian friend, and we know that some MU Manchester United Islam, MUI Majelis Ulama Indonesia visited Russia a couple times, and Putin want to import Indonesian model because he think that Indonesian model will be good for Russia. And I have a friend in Russia who was tasked with translating and editing Indonesians' writing from Gus Dur, Nurholis Majid, Pak Qureshihab, and other Indonesian heroes of moderate Islam. They writing translated into Russian, and they wish that Indonesian model of Islam can be imported to Russia. But I don't believe that we can do that. I mean, Russian Islam would be interpreted according to Russian communities, like Palestinian Islam is interpreted according to Palestinian communities. And Indonesian peaceful Islam is only relevant to Indonesians peaceful communities. Thank you, Mbak Moderator. I'll give my time to you again, and matur nuwun banyak. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much Bapak Arif Muftuhin. Ada beberapa catatan ya Pak ya, mungkin saya perlu konfirmasi takut salah. Tadi disampaikan bahwa kegiatan hari Jumat itu berarti boleh untuk semua ya Pak, termasuk yang tadi hanya untuk usia 50 tahun ke atas dan hanya untuk warga Yerusalem. Berarti semua baik dari luar Yerusalem diperbolehkan masuk ya Pak ya untuk hari Jumat?
Tidak. Hanya yang di bawah, ya, pokoknya di bawah umur 50 tahun nggak boleh masuk. Nanti bawa batu lempar-lempar soalnya kalau mereka diizinkan masuk.
Oke, jadi ini menarik sekali ya Pak ya, ada beberapa fakta-fakta yang mungkin kita baru ketahui ya teman-teman semua terkait keadaan Masjidil Aqsa dan juga Yerusalem, bahwa ternyata di sana tidak seperti ada timur barat ya, tapi lebih kepada occupied. Itu kalau di bahasa Indonesia kan apa Pak? Pekerjaan yang bekerja di Yerusalem?
Oh enggak. Occupied itu dijajah.
Penjajah gitu berarti?
Ya, dijajah. Terjemahannya. Occupied Jerusalem adalah Jerusalem yang terjajah.
Jerusalem yang terjajah. Baik. Nah, di sini ada beberapa fakta yang menarik ya teman-teman terkait apa isi ceramah yang disampaikan di Masjidil Al-Aqsa, bahwa di dalamnya bahwa Al-Aqsa adalah tanah suci, Holy Land ya, tempat Nabi Muhammad melakukan Isra Mi'raj, di mana di dalamnya ada hak eksklusif hanya untuk orang muslim, termasuk sama peran-peran moralitas, ajakan kebaikan lebih kepada larangan alkohol yang ternyata di Yerusalem menjadi salah satu budaya yang biasa terkait sabar, ketahanan, dan optimis, dan di mana pesan-pesan kedamaian dan bagaimana menjalani hubungan antar agama ini menjadi jarang ya disampaikan karena tidak relevan dengan situasi di sana. Pasti banyak sekali diskusi yang menarik untuk disampaikan nih Pak Arif. Jadi untuk teman-teman semua yang ingin bertanya silahkan untuk menuliskan jawabannya, boleh dalam bahasa Indonesia, boleh dalam bahasa Inggris. Thank you very much Mr. Arif Muftuhin. We will meet again in the Q&A session. Thank you. Okay, for the last speaker but not least, yeah, we got Dr. Pajar Hatma Indrajaya, SS MSI, the lecturer from Bachelor Islamic Community Development, and also the Vice Dean from Faculty of Dakwah and Communication, UIN Sunan Kalijaga. So Bapak Fajar finished his doctoral program from Sociology Science in University Gajah Mada. Beside the lecturer, he is also active as a writer and researcher about community development program and also about dakwah. In the session, he will provide about new epistemology dakwah pasca pandemic. Halo Pak Fajar, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, Pak Fajar, you have 30 minutes to deliver the presentation, please.
Thank you, Mbak Dia. Hello, Mas Arif. Hello, everyone. I will share my presentation. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. My name is Fajar Harmaindra Jaya. I am lecturer in Islamic Community Department, Faculty Dakwah and Communication, UIN Sunan Kalijaga. I'm going to share you about new epistemological dakwah. My topic presentation is new dakwah paradigm, dakwah solve the problem. I take this topic because dakwah is important method in Islam. Islamic civilization can spread to Indonesia because of dakwah. But nowadays, many people think that dakwah is not important. Dakwah is the activity of conveying Islamic teaching wisely so that people understand and carry out this teaching. However, there are many dakwah activities that do not produce anything. Dakwah is just a boring formal activity. Many people sleep because of this dakwah activity. If an anecdote appears, if you can sleep, just join the khutbah. There is also a false assumption that a good khutbah Jumat is one that finished quickly so that you don't have a time to sleep. Therefore, it is necessary to reflect on epistemology and what kind of dakwah is good. This reflection is right now after the pandemic. Jadi kalau tadi di Israel membicarakan dakwah, kita di Indonesia juga punya problem soal dakwah karena banyak orang tidur ketika kemudian dakwah ya, ketika ada aktivitas dakwah. The key word for good dakwah is that dakwah must be contextual in discussing and participating in solving people's daily problem. The form of this method can still use a dakwah bilisan or verbal with rhetoric and dakwah bilhal with action. Dakwah bilisan or dakwah with verbal, dakwah oral, in the form of dakwah that and like to provide a new perspective and awareness. Will dakwah with action is a dakwah that provide example and carry out mini project to make a change. I have 5 cases to this assumption. The first case is dakwah and disease, and the second case is dakwah and stunting. The third case is dakwah and stress problem, and the fourth case is dakwah and the loss of fish in the river, and the last case dakwah and flood. The first dakwah and disease, you can look at the picture. When there is a data on social problem about disease, we often do not realize that the problem of disease has something to do with Islam. We know that many diseases in Indonesia are not communicable disease or degenerative disease, like diabetes or heart disease. The cause of the disease is related to food. In Islam, there is a concept halal and toyib. A lot of the food in the market is halal, but not toyib. This problem. A lot of food in the market is halal, but not toyib. Halal is a concept of good food according to Sharia. Toyib, concept of healthy food. Toyib can also be interpreted as good according to the management system. The food is often not toyib because of human greedy. For example, we eat fish or chicken. The fish or chicken is no very short life because it is given a chemical substance that make entrepreneur profit quickly. I'm sure the chicken is halal, but some are not toyib. That was an example of dakwah bilisan. Next slide. Another example of dakwah bilisan about cooking. There were several ways of cooking in the past that were good but are not conducted today. If you use the grain rice, the will still be brown, so that the color rice is brown. No, no people saying that the best rice is the wet one. We do not realize that when the rice lost brand, which is good for balancing diabetes. In addition to awakening verbal dakwah can also be done with factor. For example, making toyib market or making toyib food campaign. This movement has been carried out by Mr. Iskandar Waworuntu, a mu'alaf from Netherlands, who has the Bumi Langit Institute and the Warung Bumi in Telingu Bantul. Please visit Pak Iskandar Dakwah or read my article in journal related to his movement. My journal title is Dakwah Culture. Barack Obama visited the shop dan saya pikir teman-teman perlu mengunjungi tempatnya Pak Iskandar. Saya pikir menarik, beliau tidak hanya berdakwah tapi membuat satu gerakan soal gerakan memakan makanan yang tidak sekedar halal tapi toyib. The second case, dakwah and stunting. You can look at the picture. Dia sakit dan kamu sibuk membangun masjid. There are many more issues related to social problem that can be solved by dai. For example, about stunting. But ironic, in Indonesia, which a rich country, has a fairly high stunting problem. Stunting in Indonesia is even the highest number 2 in Southeast Asia or number 5 in the world. Even in Lombok, an area known as Island of Thousand Mosques and has many large mosques, has stunting problem. In 2013, the stunting rate in Lombok was above 40%. And dakwah need to be made aware that worship is not only about building a mosque, but sharing nutrition with children is also part of worship. In addition to awareness, it is also necessary to make a social action or social movement. Jadi problem di Indonesia salah satunya adalah problem stunting ya. Stuntingnya banyak, tapi masjid kita itu besar-besar juga. Oke, the church case dakwah and trash problem. There are many more examples of everyday social problem that people are not aware. You can say it TPA piungan ya. For example, about garbage. It should be realized that the garbage problem is created by us. Some garbage sanitary napkin polluted the river. In addition, it is necessary to make a movement such as return to the old sanitary napkin, like movement made by Ibu Siti Aminah, the head of the Islamic Community Development. She have peka. You also can read my work in journal relates trash problem, 10 state of releasing a trash independent village. In the fourth case, a dakwah and the loss of fish in the river. God created many living things, including fish, but many fish were destroyed, just sapu-sapu fish. The problem of fish in the river is not dominated by sapu-sapu. The river lost original fish or the lost diversity. This is also a problem that many people are not aware. Public awareness is needed. Dakwah is public awareness. In addition, it is necessary to make a movement such as a fishing for sapu-sapu or make a fish sanctuary. You can also read my article, Model Suaka Ikan untuk pengelolaan sungai di Jawa, studi di Sungai Winongo, Yogyakarta. The last case, dakwah and flood. In addition, there are many problems that the people are not aware. Dakwah should provide awareness at the same time create a social movement to overcome it. The problem of flood because people cement on the floor of jar. They should be porous in the air to enter the water, not to let rain water direct into the river. It's need mungkin biopori movement ya, gerakan biopori and make infiltration well. Okay, the last, I would like to conclude my presentation. The point is the new model of dakwah. Dakwah must be solve the daily social problem now and here. The dakwah model can be done by making awareness, verbality, make video, or social movement by giving example. The point is the da'i must be experienced to solve people daily problem. If the experience succeed, people will suddenly fit or there will be a trickle-down effect. That is all I can say. Thank you very much, Mbak Diah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wow, thank you very much, Pak Fajar. So we have enlightenment ya about dakwah, pencerahan ya. Ada beberapa catatan yang menarik dari apa yang disampaikan Pak Fajar terkait dakwah harus bisa mengatasi permasalahan yang ada di sini dan bisa digunakan dalam berbagai macam bentuk ya, mulai dari tatap muka, langsung, video, bahkan gerakan sosial dengan contoh nyata. Bahwa dakwah ini harusnya ya untuk bentuk transformasi yang baru bisa digunakan sebagai meningkatkan pemahaman informasi tentang bagaimana mengatasi masalah sosial, kesehatan, hingga lingkungan yang bisa menjadi pematik melakukan aksi sosial untuk menjadi bukti nyata mengatasi masalah-masalah tadi mulai dari stunting, ikan di sungai, dan lain sebagainya. Thank you very much Pak Fajar. So we already have 3 great speakers who present all the very good presentation. Now we have in the Q&A, question and answer session. So if the participant have the question, you can write down the question in the chat box, and you can deliver your question also by open mic, by raise the hand first using the raise hand in Zoom. Yeah. Okay, so we move for the first question to Mr. Ebrima.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Ebrima, this is a question from Torik. So Torik is a student from Islamic Community Development. So he said that if Solawat, teach peace, but why in Indonesia itself there are many Solawat communities arguing with each other, and there are some Solawat community that are considered radical by the Indonesian government itself. Maybe you have comment or any perspective about that. How about that kind of situation? Thank you, Ebrima.
Yeah, thanks. I thank the participant for a very good question, and I agree with the question that there are a lot of Sarawak communities in Indonesia that disagree on various aspects, but we should, like Indonesia is the world's largest Muslim countries, but also Indonesia is one of the largest democracy in the world. And Indonesia is a free society. And in a free society, so you can't have one uniform way of doing things, and that include Salawatan. So because in a free society, in a democratic society like Indonesia, so people, although majority are Muslim, but they have various way of practicing Islam, but or various way of doing dawah, or various way of doing performing salawatan. However, with all the people that I have studied, include Habib Seh and Ababul Mustafa. So I've also studied Pesantren Nur Hormai, which is Kiai Sirojan in in Kolong Progo or somewhere in Jogja in the south, but also Al Khidma, which have a lot of like groups in different university campus. And throughout my time with this group, I've never been inside in Java in other part of Indonesia and also other countries. I've never witnessed a dawah or a salawatan where they were preaching about something that does not promote peace. So in that regard, all the observation that I have, sorry, but dear, are you speaking or?
No, no. Okay, please, Mr. Ebrima. It's okay.
Okay, yeah. So throughout my research, throughout my work with all these people, I've never observed or witnessed a dawah where they preach about violence, or where they preach about fundamentalism, or where they preach about conservatism. However, I understand there are other groups in Indonesia that preach about this thing, but because it is a free society, because it is a democratic society, and also that combines with Indonesia being a Muslim country, then we don't expect to have one general way of practicing or one general way of doing things. So we can say 100% that every Salawatan or every Dawah in Salawatan preach about peace, because there are other groups that are not doing the same thing that the group I was studying are doing. That's my response. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ebrima. So we can say that there's always anomaly, Mr. Ya, terkait about the kind of salawatan there. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I have a question, Mr. Ebrima. This is my curiosity about what kind of salawatan or any religion tradition or Islamic tradition between Indonesia and Australia. Is there any big difference, or what kind of similarities between Indonesia and Australian community about in Islam practice there?
Yeah, but I think there are a lot of like common practices, because that we have, especially in Melbourne, we have a large Indonesian community in Melbourne, but you have a lot of people who also come to Australia, but like myself, I live in Java for 7 years. So before I come to Australia, or before I arrived in Australia, I was born in Gambia, in West Africa. So the way Islam is practiced there is very different from the way Islam is practiced in Indonesia. And then I came to Indonesia, so I adopted that way of practice, and then I bring that to Australia. And there are a lot of thousands of people like me here too. But also we have people, from other Muslim countries that lives here, and then they have their different practices. So then if you take, for example, people like me, then you can say, yeah, there are a lot of similarities, because most of the stuff that I'm doing here, I learned them when I was in Java. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Everyone. So it's a little bit have connected with what Mr. Arif Maftufin say, yeah, because it's the some Islamic practice have a difference depends on the its society itself. Thank you, Mr. Everyone. Is there any
Yes.
comment about that, or you want to comment about what Mr. Arif say, or is there any
Yeah. I
discussion
would
about
like
that?
to.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I would like to comment on that too, like, because I agree with you and Mr. Arif, because the way we practice as human beings depend on our orientation as Muslim. What information did we receive during when we were born? So our parents give us different information about Islam, but also what about society in general. But when we went to university and study, we take information from different sources, and then this impact our the way we see things, because one thing we understand is human beings are social beings, as Emil Durkheim says. So the way we imagine society to be is very uniquely different from each and every individual. So then the information that you receive, that has an inherent part of how you see society to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Every Masar. Okay, for the next question, I want to ask to Mr. Arif Maftuhin, Bapak Arif. Okay, thank you so much. So, Pak Arif, I have some question about your presentation. It's very interesting to know the result, what happened in Jerusalem and something like that. But I want to ask a very, maybe it's a little bit simple question, yeah, about that you say if it's almost impossible or maybe it can't easily to export Islam Indonesian in other society, but is there any opportunities or maybe any like assimilation or acculturation that can bring the good Indonesian Islam value to other society, that maybe it will be good for the society if they practice about the Islam Indonesian Islamic? What do you think about that, Mr. Arif, based on your what research in Jerusalem and something like that?
My simple answer for your simple question is no.
No, okay, why?
Because you know that Islam is coming from the Middle East, right? So this is not Islam that come from Indonesia. We know Islam from the Middle East. So the original message of Islam is very Middle Eastern, and also the original message of Islam even is very Badui, very 7th centuries context. And then Islam become part of Indonesian Muslim. We accept the message, but then we interpret the message in a very different context to the one that is in the Middle East. And then the mix between the Middle Eastern Islam that coming to Indonesia and the Indonesian interpretation and society become this model of Islam. So if you want to export this product, because this is a product, right? So you cannot export the ingredients that is very typical to Indonesian Islam. So I watched a YouTube channel about someone from UK, from England, who converted to Islam. I don't know what was his religion before, but he converted to Islam because he lived in Indonesia, used to live in Indonesia, and he find a very different Islam that for him, it's not that kind of Islam that he understand from from his society, from his information, from his educations in the West. So this is a very different Islam that offer you a mix between the people. So what interests him actually is how Indonesian Muslim rather than Islam that make him interested in Islam. So this is the Indonesian Muslim. Okay, he knows Islam before, but it was a different Islam for him, and he was not interested in Islam. And then he met Indonesian Islam, Muslim Indonesian, a version of Indonesian Muslim that for him looked nice, very civilized, smiling, caring, caring as pokok men. Nah, gitu, and that make him, oh, this is really a nice version of Islam that make you feel peaceful and comfortable to become a Muslim. So how can we then export this local ingredient of Islam to the Middle East or to other country, to other part of the society? You cannot export Indonesian ingredient to Europe, because I think last week or 2 weeks ago I have a conversation with my fellow Malaysian Muslim, and we share the idea about Islam in Indonesia, and he shared about Islam in Malaysia. Even as close as Indonesia and Malaysia, we find the differences that look make Indonesian Islam is really berbineka dan berbangsa, itu katanya orang Win sekarang gitu ya. So in Malaysia, for example, Islam is very state-centered. Your madhab must be Shafi'i. If you are not Shafi'i enough, you can be considered not Islam enough, for example, in Malaysia. But in Indonesia, you can be Muhammadiyah, and Muhammadiyah is not Shafi'i, is not Hambali, is not anyone. But still, you can be a Muslim. No one say that Muhammadiyah is not Muslim, right? So, and also even within, and for example, you can have this for madhab, for school of Islam, without any resistance and hesitance to use that kind of different interpretation of Islam. So even our neighbors, Malaysia, has a more monolithic Islam that is different to the way we practice and interpret Islam in Indonesia. So as close as the cultures like Malaysia, even we cannot just export Indonesian Islam to Malaysia. So how come that we can export Indonesian Islam to Australia, for example, or to Europe? So the simple answer for the simple question is no.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Arif, for the perspective. So I can say it depends on the interpretation about Islam of the society itself, yeah, and it can be happen for many years. Mr. Arif, can say that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Very long story and story.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Arif. So maybe we have one last question for Pak Pajar. Okay, Mr. Pajar. Well, it's about dakwah, new perspective, new paradigm about dakwah. You already mentioned about the content that should be consist of something that can solve the social problem or environment problem, even disease problem. But besides the content, Pak Fajar, is there any new wave or any new style that can make dakwah into something interesting to hear or to follow, especially for youth? As we know that maybe youth is become a next generation, so they can be easily to make any movement, and if they have a good perspective, they can their life can a long time, so the sustainable can be more happen. What do you think about that? Is there any new style or new wave about how to deliver da'wah? I'm talking about the media, the medium of the da'wah itself.
I think dakwah must be able to create awareness and change society. Many people dakwah not a reflection in society is a problem. So many people are boring to hear what they say. It's problem. So we must interpret the society, and we must give out or creating awareness what do in the society. We must give a chance in society. Mungkin gitu ya. Jadi kita itu harusnya merefleksikan apa yang terjadi di sekitar kita itu. Seringkali dakwah itu hanya mengulang-ulang sesuatu yang kelihatannya tidak dibutuhkan masyarakat. Itu saya pikir.
Kontekstual gitu ya Pak ya.
Yeah.
Some friends say about the dakwah, it's only about not to do something bad and doing something good. So they already know about the formula. Okay, that's gonna be a good idea to use what we call it, what happened in the society, yeah, Papa Jaria, and then reflect it into Islamic value and bring into dakwah, something like that. Papa Jaria, can you give us maybe one exact example what that kind of dakwah look like to perspective the social problem in our society and bring into dakwah? What is exact example? Maybe you ever seen in one kiai or any example about that kind of dakwah?
Maybe Pak Iskandar Oruntu itu ya, dengan bumi langitnya itu, saya pikir dia memberikan banyak hal refleksi soal sesuatu yang tidak pernah kita bayangkan ya. Kita itu hanya ngomong soal halal saja, tapi kemudian ternyata ada sesuatu yang nggak pernah kita bayangkan atau nggak pernah kita lakukan. Ternyata ada konsep toyib, dan Pak Iskandar itu membuat website juga, mereka membuat kursus juga, membuat gerakan sosial untuk membuat warung institut di Delingo. Ya, itu kemudian membuat Barack Obama saja datang ke sana. Saya pikir itu yang kemudian harus dilakukan dai-dai di Indonesia adalah bagaimana dia itu mengambil put the concept in Islam and menghadirkan itu in the world gitu. Jadi itu yang harus dilakukan. Reflection itu penting gitu. Gitu menurut saya, Mbak Dia.
Oke, jadi harus lebih kreatif ya Pak ya. So to be more creative at using a many channel. Okay, maybe that's it for our first session. Thank you very much, Mr. Ebrima, Bapak Arif Maftuhin, Bapak Fajar Hatma Indrajaya for the very great presentation and very insightful. And thank you also for the participant who already delivered the question. So thank you for everyone. So we'll go back to the MC. Bye-bye. Wassalamualaikum. We'll meet again. Bye.
Yeah, bye. Thanks.
Thank
Nadia.
you. Thank you, everyone. See you. Okay, we're still waiting for the MC. All right. So after that, don't go anywhere for the participant here because we still have another session from another great speaker who will deliver also about something interesting and very insightful. Okay. Okay, so we'll come back to the MC for the next second session.
Thank you to our distinguished invited speakers and Mrs. Halimatu Sadia for guiding the peaceful session. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the speakers of the second session. The first, Yeliz Bayram, PhD from Turkey. The second, Royder Joseph, PhD from India. And the last, Rania Khaled Hussain Ahmad, MSOS from AGP. The second session will be guided by the moderator, Dr. Ulil Absor, SHIMA. He is a lecturer of Department Social Welfare Science, Faculty of Dakwah and Communication, Sunan Kalijaga at Islamic University. To Dr. Muhammad Ulil Absor, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Mat Fahmi and Mbak Rani. Just a quick sound. Can I be heard? Can I
Yes,
be
clear.
heard?
Yes, clear,
Okay.
Mr. Absar. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to begin the second plenary session. The Honorable Director of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, the Honorable Dean of Dakwah and Communication Faculty, all distinguished speakers and participants. Firstly, I would like to welcome you to the second plenary session of IDACON, International Dakwah Conference 2022. Before we start, let me introduce myself. I'm Muhammad Ulil Absor. I'm a teaching staff at the Department of Social Work, Faculty of Dakwah and Communication. I will be a moderator for this second plenary session. I would like to thank you again for all participants for being here and participate in this international conference. Special thanks to a great line of speakers who are kindly agree to talk in this conference. I would like to greet our speakers first. Good morning. Assalamualaikum. Yeliz Bayram. Assalamualaikum. How are you? Okay. Would you please to unmute Yeliz Bayram? Okay. Thank you so much. I would like to greet as well our second speakers, Roy Joseph. Are you here with us, Roy Joseph? Good morning, Roy Joseph. Are you here with us? Okay, maybe we will greet him later. I hope that he can join soon. And for the third speaker is Rania Khaled Hussain Ahmad. Assalamualaikum, Bu Rania. Hi, Bu Rania. Are you with us? Okay, I saw here boy Roy Joseph as well. Okay, good morning, Roy Joseph. Okay, yeah, thank you so much. The topic for this international conference is transforming dakwah for strengthening society in post-pandemic era. Without further ado, I'm very honored to introduce briefly our distinguished speakers. The first speaker is Yeliz Bayram, PhD candidate. So she is currently a PhD student at School of Social Work, Yalova University, Turkey. She holds her master's degree from Middle East Technical University, Ankara, Turkey. She also obtained her bachelor degree on social work from Istanbul University. She currently works in the University of Health Sciences, Hamidiye Faculty of Nursing, Istanbul, Turkey. She has published widely on Islamic social work practices. And the second speaker is Roy Joseph. He is from India. He is a PhD candidate at Gajah Mada University. He obtained his master's degree on Islamic history from Maharajas College, MG University, Kerala, India. He speaks many languages, including Malayalam, English, German, Arabic, Italian, Sanskrit, and Indonesian. He is currently working as lecturer at the Faculty of Philosophy, Dharmaram College, Bangalore, India. He has also published widely on religion and violence. And the third speaker is Rania Khalid Hussein Ahmad. She obtained her master's degree on communication and broadcasting from State Islamic University, Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. She worked as communication officer at Korean International Cooperation Agency in Cairo, Egypt. Before that, she worked at Breast Cancer Foundation of Egypt as community outreach assistant. And currently, she is a content creator at Rania Khalid YouTube channel. So today, the speakers will talk about 25 minutes. And once the presentation has happened, there will be combined question and answer sessions. So there are two ways to ask questions. The first is please type your question on the chat function on your screen. And the second is you can ask directly your question after the presentation. So you can use bahasa Indonesia for the question. Jadi Bapak, Ibu, dan teman-teman semua ada dua cara yang bisa digunakan untuk bertanya. Yang pertama bisa memanfaatkan kolom chat. Dan ini bisa diajukan sambil menyimak presentasi dari para presenter. Dan yang kedua nanti ada pertanyaan juga bisa ditanyakan langsung setelah presentasi. I have to step here to give sufficient time for the talk, for the speaker. I would like to invite our first speaker, Yeliz Bayram, PhD, who is going to talk about social services in contemporary Turkey. Please join me to congratulating Yeliz Bayram. The floor is yours. Please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from Turkey, you know, and I will present you the social service in Turkey. I'm really honored to be here with you. Thank you for all. I'm trying to yes. Let's start. Social. I will speak about the social work in Turkey now. Is it seen now my presentation?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I just start with history of social work in Turkey. You know, Turkey has a deep-rooted and historical background regarding social services. And during the Ottoman period, foundations in many branches like children, adults, elderly people, handicapped, alone and needy people, animals, and etc. Most organizations and certain professional organizations performed important role in the field of social assistance and social security. With the proclamation of the Republic, studies were directed towards having these duties carried out by public organizations and institutions. The implementation of social services during the period of the Republic commenced with the establishment of the Turkish Grand National Assembly. The Children's Protection Association was founded in 1920. In 1922, all orphanages which were public institutions were put under the supervisory authority of the Social Aid Committee of the TNGA, which was a milestone in state efforts to organize all social services under the guidance of the state. An act on the protection of needy children was adopted in 1949. After this time, Turkey has gone through the constitutional and legal procedure for providing a state guarantee to protect the rights of people in need of social services. The training of professional staff to work in the field of social services gained great importance as a result of the Social Service Institute law passed in 1959. The Social Services Academy, founded in 1961, was attached to the Ministry of Health and Social Assistance. During the first years of its establishment, a United Nations Development Program supported the Academy and provided 4 training advisors. In addition, 6 professors sponsored by the Fulbright Commission took part as faculty members in the Academy. Also, a Dutch lecturer through Dutch Technical Assistance Program, a Pakistani and an Indian lecturer through personal agreements taught in the Academy. Following the establishment of the Academy, the Department of Social Work and Social Services was founded at Hacettepe University in 1967. In 1965, the Academy was accepted as a full member by the International Association of Schools of Social Work. In the aftermath of the 1970s military coup, the efforts of the social work academics mainly aimed at institutionalizing the social work discipline in the higher education system and resulted in the development of graduate programs in social work alongside the undergraduate program by 1983. The inclusion of social services training in the contemporary system of education has led to considerable improvement as regards social service policy and planning. The year 2002 marks another milestone in the history of social work education in Turkey, with the establishment of many departments of social work in several universities across the country. Currently, social service is a very popular department in the universities. Here is now these are the very contemporary numbers. We have many social service license programs, and these are our student numbers from our university. To sum up, similar to many countries, social work education in Turkey developed in the aftermath of World War II, the foundations of which were shaped along international dynamics rather than local context. In this regard, there has been an ongoing debate on localization of social work education. Indeed, efforts are underway to localize social work curricula. I want to give an example from my university. It's the Health Science University, University of Health Science, and we have social work department in our university. This is in Istanbul, and as a heritage of the first medical school, Mektebi Tıbbi Şahane, it dates back to 1903 in the Ottoman Empire. University of Health Science was established and opened in the same building in Istanbul. It is the first thematic state university at health sciences in Turkey, having the official authorization to establish schools and institutes abroad. You see here we have many staffs, many programs, many students. Social work department in Hamidiye Faculty of Health Sciences is affiliated the Department of Social Work. University of Sciences is affiliated to Hamidiya Faculty of Health Sciences. The education period is 8 semesters. During the undergraduate program, a minimum of 240 ECTC credits are required, provided that 30 ECTC credits are required in one academic semester. It's very typical for Turkey. Objectives of the social work program. The purpose of the social work department to provide social work education in line with universal values, to produce science and to make it possible to share what is produced, to cooperate with society to produce policies, to support those who produce, to contribute to the solution of social problems in society, to eliminate inequalities in society, to prevent human rights violations, and to ensure that human rights are shared by everyone in society is to be validated for. Social work curriculum, I will present. Social work education is planned to respond to the current social structure and needs of Turkish society. In this sense, courses including immigration and immigrants, spiritual support, social media, etc. have been added to the curriculum. Curriculum aims to cover universal needs also. In the bachelor's program, there are practice and theory courses. Theoretical courses are given via modern techniques like conference, group discussion, role-playing, and case analysis. Here is some lectures in social work curriculum. We have many lectures on many subjects, and you can see here, and it's here many lectures here. Our graduates are employed in various public institutions, including the Ministry of Family and Social Service, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Justice, municipalities, private businesses, and NGOs operating in the field of social services. The implications of neoliberalism for the social work profession in Turkey reflect a dual framework where the human rights perspectives coexist with a faith-based approach. It's well known that the concept of social work varies from country to country in line with social and economic characteristics and level of development. In Turkey, the term is used in the sense of social welfare and social assistance, services provided to socially or economically disadvantaged citizens. The concept of social service in Turkey includes both types of service. It is important to add that social services are not only concerned with the removal of the problems caused by poverty. In Turkey, as elsewhere, there are those who, although not actually poor, are unable to enjoy the living standards of the average member of society and need to adapt. The mentally and physically handicapped, the aged and lonely are all in need of social services, even though few of them are actually in poverty. Social services cannot be thought of as services provided with or without charge to both people whose living conditions are bad due to their economic situation and people who don't face economic problems but who are in need of various professional services. In 2011, Ministry of Family and Social Policy was established in Turkey. Now, current name of this ministry is Ministry of Family and Social Service, and it has the biggest responsibility for carrying out social services in Turkey. Also, the other ministries have some services about social work. Ministry of Health, Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Labor and Social Security can be counted among them. NGOs also we have, and social services are provided by some NGOs. Some of them are IHH Humanitarian Relief Foundation, with the purpose of delivering aid to all people who are in need. And the Deniz Feneri Association is a humanitarian and solidarity association which has adopted the principle of working relentlessly until reaching the last person in need on earth. And we have many medium and small-scale foundations. No, IHH and Ministry is worldwide organization. Ministry of Family and Social Service is the largest social service provider in the country. It has departments. They are the Directorate of Family and Community Services, General Directorate of Child Services, General Directorate of Disabled and Elderly Services, General Directorate on the Status of Women, General Directorate of Martyrs, Relatives and Veterans, General Directorate of Social Aid. Considering the departments of the ministry, it's understood that it addresses many disadvantaged groups. And according to the Presidential Decree number 1, the duties and powers of the Ministry of Family and Social Service are as follows. I want to emphasize the family here to ensure that the family structure and values are passed on to future generations in a healthy way by protecting against the aberrations in the social and cultural texture, to carry out social service and assistance activities aimed at maintaining family integrity and increasing family well-being, to prevent discrimination against women in order to ensure the healthy development of children by protecting them from all kinds of neglect and abuse, to protect and develop women's human rights, to ensure that women enjoy rights, opportunities equally in all areas of social life. We have services for children, General Directorate of Children's Services, preventive activities for child, family-oriented services, social and economic support service, foster family service, adoption service, Directorate of the Coordination Center for Children's Home, Children's Home Sites, Child Support Centers, Child Protection First Response and Assessment Centers, services for disabled and the elderly, Disabled Care and Rehabilitation Center, Rehabilitation and Family Counseling Center, nursing homes and elderly care and rehabilitation centers, disability-free living centers, hope homes, and senior living homes. As a result, the government, which is the largest social service provider, puts the family in the center while planning the social policy. The family is considered as a whole, as a precaution against increasing family problems, family breakdowns in society. Social policy is structured in the context of family and family relations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
I can
thank you very much for a very rich presentation, Yelis Baiwam. There are many points that I highlight from your presentation. Mohon izin saya akan menyimpulkan atau menyampaikan beberapa poin penting dengan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Tadi Yelis Bairam sudah banyak memaparkan tentang sejarah praktik social services atau pelayanan sosial di Turki yang diawali dari salah satu yang menarik tadi itu praktik bantuan sosial atau pelayanan sosial itu diawali dari organisasi keagamaan seperti masjid itu awal-awal perkembangan praktik pelayanan sosial yang ada di Turki dan kemudian berkembang sampai di tingkat universitas dan menjadi salah satu prodi atau konsentrasi di perguruan tinggi dan pada awal perkembangannya khususnya pada tahun 1961 itu nama prodinya itu Social Services Academy atau Akademi Pelayanan Sosial itu di bawah langsung Kementerian Kesehatan dan Bantuan Sosial. Jadi ini seperti kalau di Indonesia mungkin konteksnya seperti STKS kalau dulu ya. Jadi itu langsung perguruan tinggi kedinasan di bawah Kementerian Sosial. Tapi kalau di Turki itu di bawah Kementerian Kesehatan dan Bantuan Sosial. Dan di dalam perkembangannya itu memang prodi-prodi yang bergerak di bidang pekerjaan sosial itu banyak juga dibantu oleh lembaga-lembaga donor, khususnya UNDP untuk menguatkan resources di perguruan tinggi. Selanjutnya juga tadi banyak juga dipaparkan salah satu poin penting yang menarik juga output ataupun kurikulum yang diajarkan di perguruan tinggi yang mengajarkan pekerjaan sosial di Turki itu serupa dengan kurikulum maupun output yang ingin dicapai di prodi-prodi ilmu kesejahteraan sosial yang ada di Indonesia, termasuk yang saya garis bawahi misalnya outputnya itu bisa bekerja di Kementerian Sosial. Kalau di sana istilahnya itu Kementerian Family dan Social Services, itu nama kementeriannya. Yang menarik di sini, yang mungkin juga bisa menjadi fokus diskusi kita adalah praktik-praktik pelayanan sosial itu memang mayoritas tadi itu disampaikan tuh lebih banyak dilakukan oleh institusi pemerintah dan juga dilakukan oleh institusi-institusi seperti LSM atau NGO. Nah, yang menarik di sini dari sisi nama kementeriannya dan itu juga berimplikasi terhadap fokus dari layanan yang diberikan. Nama kementeriannya itu adalah Kementerian Family and Social Services. Kalau kita di Indonesia Kementerian Sosial. Nah, karena namanya itu adalah Kementerian Keluarga, jadi layanan-layanan yang banyak diberikan itu adalah layanan-layanan yang fokus pada keluarga. Ya, ini mungkin bisa menjadi bahan diskusi kita. Mengapa yang menjadi fokus itu nanti itu adalah keluarga? Mungkin bisa kita perdalam di sesi diskusi tanya jawab. I would like to invite, jadi mohon pada peserta, pada teman-teman semua, Bapak Ibu yang ingin menyampaikan pertanyaan bisa sambil ditulis dan sambil menyimak presentasi dari para presenter. For the next presentation, I would like to invite Roy Joseph, PhD, who is going to talk about dakwah in plural communities. Hi, Roy Joseph.
Hi.
Are you with us? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Roy Joseph is going to talk about dakwah in plural communities. Please give round applause for Roy Joseph. I over to you, Roy.
Is it seeable? Is it visible?
Yes, we see your presentation.
And also audible, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning from India. Now it is only 9:30 morning in India. I'm very happy to be here. Because wind is very near to me and dear to me, because I was an alma mater of wind, because I studied at ICRS UGM. I just passed my studies only a few months back. I'm remembering all my professors and gurus from wind, like Professor Ibu Siti, Ibu Fatima, Pak Samsudin, etc. So thank you so much for inviting me and giving me a chance to talk at this auspicious international conference. Thank you so much. Let me enter into my topic. My topic is dakwah in plural communities. In order to introduce the theme, I would like to introduce two terms: a privatization of religion and deprivatization of religion. The deprivatization of religion is a concept which is introduced by Jos Casanova. According to Jos Casanova, there is a change from privatization of religion, which was predicted by the 20th or 19th century social scientist and political thinkers. So 21st century witnessed the occurrence of deprivatization of a religion in the place of a privatization of religion, which predicted the decline of religion. Privatization of religion and thereby the decline of religion was predicted by social and political scientists since the 19th century onwards. But against the prediction of the secularization theories of the decline of religion, the re-emergence of religion could be observed from the middle of the 20th century onwards in many countries. So there is a shift from privatization of religion says that religion has only a role in one's own private life. But in the 21st century, what we see, religion becomes more a very vibrant actor in the public sector or the public sphere of the human beings. Therefore, Dawa has its own role in this context. The countries which I have taken to analyze this paper are India and Indonesia. So there are reasons for taking India and Indonesia because both the countries are plural and multicultural societies with a lot of varieties. Therefore, I have taken these two countries to analyze Dawa in the plural communities. In both countries, in India and Indonesia, religious freedom is assured and guaranteed under constitution. Here, religious freedom means religious freedom to profess, practice, and propagate one's own religion. But although constitution assures religious freedom to profess and propagate, there comes certain dilemmas or problems, tensions in the society, since society is heterogeneous. Dawa, as all of us know, means a call, an invitation to Islam. This is a mandatory obligation of all Muslims. It can be seen as Islamic mission. It varies from country to country and Islamic association to association based on their teaching on legal perspectives. Sometimes Dawa is not only merely spreading spirituality, but also a tool for political activity. For example, Salafi. In Indonesia, PKS is a party, Prosperous Justice Party, is using Dawa as means for political consolidation of Muslim population. We know that PKS is a political party having a lot of Islamic interest, which originated from Jamaat Tarbiyah. It was a Dawa movement, Dawa social movement, and in 1998, a new party was formed from this Jamaat Tarbiyah, which is PK. Then in 2002, they renamed as PKS. We know the Dawa implementation, by which they want to implement Sharia in the society. It makes problems in a multicultural societies in certain extent. But now they changed from changed their strategy. They are now focusing on the parliamentarian Dawa. According to Quran, Dawa is an obligation of all Muslims. Dawa is possible and easy in homogeneous communities rather than heterogeneous communities. Heterogeneous communities pose many challenges to Dawa. For example, the liberal democratic societies, it is not easy to make Dawa as in the homogeneous communities like Arabia. Dawa strategy also undergoes changes from time of Hassan al-Banna in Egypt, and al-Maududi in Pakistan. So the strategy itself changes according to the new context. Context is very important. In other words, the modern secular world forces the agents of Dawa to make changes in their strategy suitable for the modern world. Therefore, there are changes in the way of thinking and conducting of Dawa in the modern world. So there are two ways of Dawa, bottom-up Dawa and top-down Dawa. Bottom-up Dawa refers to grassroots initiative to advance Muslims' faith and piety and spread Islam to non-Muslims in order to promote Islamization from below. While top-down Dawa movements that work from the top down aim to seize political control and advance Islamization. For example, in India, Tipu Sultan, who was a ruler of one of the South Indian provinces and who used power in order to convert people to Islam, and also he killed the religious of other faith. Hundreds of people were killed by him. It is Islamist and conservative one compared to bottom-up Dawa. Therefore, the desirable Dawa is bottom-up Dawa, whereby people can be conscientized about religion, so that the initiative will come from people themselves. There is no forced conversion or there is no forced religious teaching. Creating tension. Both the Christian missionary activities and Dawa activities of Muslims can create tension in the multi-pluralistic context. When we look at the conversion activities in India and Indonesia, the intensity of the tension caused by conversion varies from country to country. In recent times in India, conversion becomes a bone of contention and damage the harmony among the religions. Hindus, the majority religion in India, are accusing both Christians and Muslims for false conversion by fraudulent means like offering money, land, etc. Therefore, it becomes a bone of contention in India. Several conflicts took place on account of the issue of conversion, especially in North India, where religious consolidation had been effected through the conscious effort of conservative Hindus. Therefore, although it is guaranteed in the constitution the right to religion, to profess and to practice, it faces challenges from the majority community, that is Hindus in India. The issue of conversion is not very serious issue in Indonesia when we compare to India, since the fabric of the Indonesian society is more flexible and culturally more diverse. Dawa and interreligious relations for peace building. Islam has always interacted with and been concerned about other religions, since it is a missionary religion that was developed in the environments of religious variety and conflict. This indicates that Dawa has been associated with interreligious harmony since the time of the Quran. According to Ashkar Ali Engineer, a prominent Islamic thinker of India, peace is more fundamental to Islam than aggressive Dawa. Dawa is desirable only if it does not lead to the loss of peace and harmony. Engineer goes on saying, the Quran does not encourage undesirable method for Dawa, much less aggressive methods or defiling others' religious beliefs. The Quranic requirement for Dawa is wisdom and godly exhortation. Anyone who uses aggressive methods or abusive language deviates from the Quranic guidance and exhortations. The Quran specifically prohibits offensive or abusive languages. Instead, it encourages what it calls excelling each other in good deeds. It also makes it clear that diversity or plurality of laws and faith in Allah's own desire. Thus, diversity is a divine destiny and should be respected. Even when it was necessary to argue with the people of the book, Christians and Jews, the Quran did not want Muslims to be aggressive at all. Thus, for mutual arguments, Quran lays down clear guidelines. It says, and argue not with the people of book except by what is best, save such of them as act unjustly, but say, we believe in that which has been revealed to you, and thus Quran requires Muslims to argue with the people of the book in best possible manner. If this is not dialogical spirit, what it is? Not that people of the book include both Christians and Jews. It is these two religions which were present in the immediate environments of the Quran, and hence these two religions are repeatedly mentioned in the Quran. In fact, these are more of principles and guidelines which can be applied to other religions as well, including Hinduism in India. Even in the beginning of Islam, it had to face both Christianity and Judaism, especially in Medina. Prophet Muhammad and the pious caliphs had followed a dialogical approach towards other religions like Christianity and Judaism. Religious freedom was granted to them under the status of Simi. Dialogue was done on the basis of what is common among them. That is very important. We should find out the commonalities rather than differences. In this connection, then the Medina chapter of Prophet Muhammad is worthy of mention, which allowed the coexistence of other religions in the Islamic state of Prophet Muhammad. We should focus on the commonality rather than differences in religions. Quranic spirit of dialogue should be promoted in order to have harmony with other religions. Quranic spirit of dialogue can be seen from the very beginning of the Islam in the 7th century. The best example is the dialogue which took place in the court of Nagus, the Abyssinian Christian king of Ethiopia in 614 by the first migrants of Islam to Abyssinia. So we know that the first migration actually took place in 614. When Prophet Muhammad started preaching in 610, there were a lot of oppositions and persecution from his own tribes and Quraysh and other people. In order to save the people, his followers, he sent a delegation or some of his followers to Ethiopia in order to get them shelter. And all of his followers were accepted by the king of Abyssinia. His name is Nagus. Then there we see a dialogue between the followers of Islam, the friends of Muhammad and Nagus in the court of Nagus. Now, the Muslim followers were explaining their faith. That is a great kind of a dawah. They are explaining their faith to the king. Then king understood what Islam is. That is a fruitful dawah in the plural community. So the followers of Islam try to convince their faith in front of king who is having a different faith. They stressed on the commonalities between Christianity and Islam. They try to introduce the personalities which we see in both Bible and Quran. Like Jesus, all the prophets, Mary, and other commonalities they put forward. They understood the commonalities. Then instead of differences, commonalities were put forward, then it is easy to understand each other. It was a successful dawa in the pluralistic context. So in this context, there are certain things which we need to avoid. When we make dawa, it is paramount important for us to avoid attacking other religions by any means. So sometimes as missionary religions, both of us, Christians and Muslims, have tendency to attack other religions and also criticizing the elements of other religions. We need to understand. We need to understand the things. Sometimes we do not understand everything. So try to understand other religions as they are. Do not put our religions or other religions in our frame of understanding. We have our frame of understanding, they have their frame of understanding. So try to understand them as they are. So mutual respect should be given to each one, everyone, all the religions, so that the existence in a plural community will be happier and fruitful. This is all from me. Thank you so much for your patient listening.
Thank you very much, Roy Joseph, for your fantastic and rich presentations. There are some points that I would like to share with our participants. Ada beberapa poin penting yang ingin saya garis bawahi dari presentasinya Pak Roy Joseph. Yang pertama itu terkait bagaimana agama itu memiliki peran penting di ruang publik pada pada abad 21, yang memang pada sebelumnya agama itu cenderung ada di wilayah privat, tetapi di dalam perkembangannya agama itu cenderung memiliki peran yang sangat penting di dalam ruang-ruang publik, dan ini ditunjukkan misalnya bagaimana agama atau dakwah itu dipergunakan misalnya sebagai alat atau media politik, dan itu misalnya digunakan oleh salah satu partai, misalnya itu dakwah itu digunakan untuk melakukan konsolidasi atau media konsolidasi untuk mencapai tujuan-tujuan politik. Karena itu dalam konteksnya, dalam perkembangannya pada saat ini ya memang dakwah itu bukan hanya tujuannya untuk menguatkan keimanan, tetapi juga digunakan untuk tujuan-tujuan politik. Beberapa hal juga yang menarik juga yang kedua terkait dengan tantangan dakwah. Di Indonesia maupun di India itu adalah masyarakat yang multikultur. Nah, ketika berdakwah di masyarakat yang multikultur itu banyak sekali tantangan-tantangannya. Ini berbeda ketika melakukan dakwah ke masyarakat yang tidak multikultur seperti di Arab Saudi. Tapi kalau melakukan dakwah di masyarakat yang multikultur akan banyak sekali tantangan-tantangannya. Salah satu hal yang menjadi tantangan yang digarisbawahi oleh Pak Roy Joseph tadi itu adalah konflik atau tension atau ketegangan-ketegangan yang mungkin terjadi antar umat beragama. Dan itu tadi salah satu kata kuncinya, sebenarnya salah satu persoalannya itu cenderung sekali tension-tension itu dilakukan oleh kelompok minoritas terhadap kelompok minoritas. Itu juga dicontohkan oleh Pak Roy tadi itu di India misalnya. Bagaimana misalnya umat Hindu di India itu juga dengan kekuatan mayoritasnya itu juga melakukan pendekatan pada umat Kristen maupun umat Muslim di sana. Itu adalah contoh yang diberikan oleh beliau. Nah, poin selanjutnya itu adalah dakwah itu dari praktiknya akhirnya ada dua pendekatan yang digunakan. Pendekatan yang pertama itu adalah bottom up. Pendekatan bottom up ini bertujuan dan memang dilakukan oleh kelompok-kelompok grassroots yang bertujuan untuk menguatkan keimanan, menguatkan kesalehan, dan juga dakwah ini juga diperuntukkan untuk kelompok orang atau kalau umat muslim misalnya dilakukan untuk non muslim. Itu memang dakwah yang dilakukan di tingkat grassroots yang sering disebut juga dengan bottom up approach. Tapi kelompok yang kedua atau pendekatan yang kedua itu disebut dengan top down approach, dan itu sering sekali dilakukan oleh elemen-elemen politik atau organisasi-organisasi politik yang memang salah satu tujuannya itu adalah untuk mendapatkan kekuatan secara politik. Jadi dakwah yang digunakan itu yang memang digunakan secara top down untuk memperoleh atau untuk mendapatkan kontrol kekuasaan. Nah, terkait dengan tension tadi itu ada beberapa strategi yang ditawarkan dan itu yang efektif diantaranya itu adalah melalui media dialog. Jadi media dialog antar umat beragama itu menjadi strategi yang efektif. Komunikasi antar umat beragama itu menjadi efektif untuk menghindari tension tadi itu, untuk menghindari konflik, untuk menghindari ketegangan-ketegangan antar umat beragama. Karena itu di penutupnya tadi itu disampaikan perlu menghindari beberapa hal yang sensitif terkait dengan misalnya bagaimana menciptakan harmoni itu tidak menyalahkan atau menyerang kelompok agama lain, menyerang ajaran agamanya khususnya. Nah, karena itu dalam masyarakat multikultur salah satu nilai yang perlu dikedepankan itu adalah nilai saling menghormati. Mungkin itu beberapa poin yang bisa saya garis bawahi dari presentasinya Pak Roy Joseph. Untuk for the next presentation, I would like to invite Rania Khalid Hussein. Ahmed, are you here with us, Rania?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning. Here
Good
still
morning.
11:29.
Oh, actually,
Okay.
in Egypt, it's
In
now
Egypt?
6:30.
Oh, 6:30 this
Yes.
afternoon.
Yes.
Oh, 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah, in the morning.
Oh, it's very early morning.
Yeah.
Okay. Rania will discuss and talk about new model in strengthening dakwah media in Egypt and the Middle East. Please give round of applause for Rania Khalid Hussein Ahmed. I over to you, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I would like to thank UIN as being my university for having master. I just graduated last year, and I would like to thank Ibu Emma Marhuma and of course Pa Muhammad Absor, and of course the speakers Yaliz Hanem and also Mr. Roy. I'm really glad to meet you all and to be with you today. And I'm actually very excited to share with you my thesis, which I made with UIN. We actually with the help of my supervisor, Ibu Alim. So I would like to start the presentation now. So, and selamat pagi semuanya. Saya mau mulai. Mohon maaf, saya akan berbicara dalam bahasa Inggris dan presentasi saya dalam bahasa Inggris. Okay. So, as it was mentioned, yes, the model we are talking about. Okay. If the presentation is not clear later, please tell me. So actually, yeah, the presentation I'm going to present today is about a new model of spreading and applying sustainable development goals in the Islamic media. And it's a case study of a very famous TV show called Khawatir. It's very famous in the Middle East and in the Muslim world, as it's been translated to different languages. So actually, this was my thesis. So I will first start about what the methods I used and how the research started. So the thing I'm going to explain today, first the introduction, the background, and the formulation of the problem. We'll have like a fast review about it, but the main focus will be the discussions that I had during my research. So first of all, I would like to start talking about very important concept and something that I really feel as a Muslim I'm blessed with. So for many people that they are non-Muslim, they questions a lot about halal and haram thing, and it's quite hard for them to understand. But if we go deeply to the concept of the halal, haram, and the things that we do in the Islamic fundamentals, we will find that the main goal of Islam is to have balance. Balance in our daily life and balance in our society, balance with our neighbors, with the people we coexist with. So this is the main concept of Islam. So it will explain a lot why there is a lot of things that it's haram and what is halal, because in the end, as a Muslim, you need a balanced life to live happily and to do the things that you are supposed to do as a Muslim and as a human being. So I would like to start with some quotes that I like. First one is from Paulo Coelho, which is talking about no matter what he does, every person on earth plays a central role in history and the world. And normally he doesn't know it. And I think that our main point that we need to focus as Muslims and even non-Muslim, as a human being, that we all play a big role in this world. And from Ahmad al-Shaqiri, and he is the host of the program that I'm going to discuss about today, which is, however does good deeds, good will be done to him. Whoever does good, his recompense will remain. So, and this one is quoted by me, which is actually, I was writing a script before, and it was talking about the concept of that Islam is perfect, but Muslim is not, because it's a very good, remarkable for us. So I shared this quote, which is talking mainly about that Allah provided us the sign maps of our lives to guide us and support us reaching our destination. Being lost is not the map fault, it's always because of our attitude towards the map, how we read the map. So the map is actually the Islam fundamentals, and how we interpret it, how we going to follow it is our attitude toward the map. So I will start with the introduction, which let's take an idea about the background of my study. So the background of my study is divided into 3 parts. The first part is focusing on Islamic media, which is like how Islamic media is implemented in the world and how we can improve it. The second part is the SDGs, which is Sustainable Development Goals, implemented and applied by the United Nations. The second part is Khawatir program, which is the TV show that we are going to talk about it, which mainly talking about a good example of TV programs as Islamic program that can be very helpful in our society and change the map and the idea of the Islamic media. So the formulation of the problem that I'm going to discuss first is what is the Islamic concept that related to SDGs, because from this point we are going to start to understand more and more about how Islamic media can implement a big role in that. The second part is what is the model of spreading and applying SDGs in the Islamic media. And the third one is what were the main topics discussed in the TV show. We will focus about what is the topics and why this TV show is very popular and is a good example of a new media model, Islamic media model. What is Khawatir main contribution related to SDGs, because this is the focus of the study. The fifth part is how Khawatir TV shows spread the SDG using a new Islamic media model. While the sixth question is what are the main media elements that Khawatir applied, because this will be the lessons that we can learn from Khawatir. What is the purpose of this research exactly? It's that, hello?
Yeah, hello, excuse me, Rania. I just
Yes.
would like to confirm because we only see your first screen.
Okay.
I'm not sure what happened. Is there any problem in this presentation?
Yes, I think it's a problem.
Oh, okay, okay. So we see now the next screen. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for interrupting.
No, thank you for telling me because it's important.
Yeah.
So the research purpose, again, it's we can see how much the Western media is very powerful and very attractive. But Islamic media is a part of like hardcore media that it's not really appealing for the public. Not a lot of people interested to see Islamic media. So this is what number one challenge: how to make a good Islamic media. The second one is through Islamic media, I'm suggesting a very inspiration of Khawatir that we can take initiatives both as a content creator in social media or a media person to build a platform for people to understand more about their religion and to learn how they can apply and develop the SDG goals. While in the third purpose, this could be a reference model for Islamic media content creators to understand about the characteristics of successful and influential media platform. So I use some literature review, which you can take a fast look about it. It's one about the Islamic perspective of interpersonal communication and also international and intercultural communication, in addition to Islam and social media and other more studies that focusing about sustainable development and also different approaches. The theoretical framework I used is like 4 theories. The first one is the very basic one, which is the agenda setting theory, while the second one is a communication and modernization, which I think it's like it's a Western weapon they use in their media to influence us and to influence more to enforce their own ideas. But if we understand the theory and we take the basic thing, we can implement it in our way, which is applying our own principles and our own thoughts. So also we can understand how they can influence the media. While the third one is diffusion of innovation theory, which is how we can use innovation in the media and to apply it. While the fourth one, it's about entertainment and education strategies. I use this one because basically the focus is the educational part, which is the informative, or we can say like the Islamic concepts and the Islamic fundamentals, how we can make it and like make a content out of it that can be entertaining to the people, so it would be very appealing for them to watch and to be engaged with this content. This is the explanation I said already. So moving to the methodology I used, my research was qualitative descriptive study approach based on observations, interviews, previous research and studies. The data collection technique I used is the second method used in observation as a primary data, and with the case study, which is Khawatir, while the third method in-depth interviews as a qualitative primary data. Also, I used data analysis, of course, and research formation. So let's move to the more like basic thing in the research to understand more how the idea developed. So first thing in this chapter, we are going to talk about Islamic concept and Islamic media related to SDG goals. So this is the core of my study. First of all, if you don't have a background about SDGs is a Sustainable Development Goals, about 17 goals. It's adopted by the UN members, which consist of different countries, to be a part of applying Agenda for 2030. And it's like a 15 years plan goal. And it includes no poverty, zero hunger, and equality, and like sustainability in the cities, and many different goals that related to our basic needs and also for our development of our societies. But we have to understand something very important, that what is the integration between SDGs and Islamic concept? Actually, before the SDGs exist, Islamic concepts and fundamentals already give us these such goals in our life. So the basic interpretation of what is the SDGs, it's based on that we save the resources that we are going to use resources in the present time, but we make sure that the future generations will also have the same resources. And if we take a deep look about that, we will understand it's the concept in Islam which is called al-israf, not to be extravagant. So it's not being extravagant, it's actually help us to save resources for the future generation and respect the resources for our future generations. So this is the main concept of sustainable development, but this concept already exists many years ago with the existence of Islam. So what's any concept in Islam, like no hunger, zero poverty, we already have sadaqah, we already have a lot of concepts that is applied for us as a Muslims, but it helps in the development of our societies. But people need to understand such concepts, which will be need an Islamic media platforms. Before the Islamic media platforms, we see before the TV, there was like Halaqat Ilm, which is the resource of that people get their own education about Islam and to know what is Islam about. So, but with the development of TV and now the social media, there is different resources to get knowledge about Islam and to be educated about Islam. But as a media person, we should focus about how we develop a model that can be appealing, entertaining, and also takes initiatives in developing the communities. So being a media, you are very influencing, but being an Islamic media, you can be super influencing in a positive way for the society. So how the Islamic media can contribute for this, as I mentioned, SDGs goals and Islamic concepts already are the same thing. It's just different names and different shape that it take, but it's already something that are connected together. And as a Muslim, you would like to participate in SDG goals just to fulfill your worshipping part. So it's more appealing to do it this way. The other thing, if as an Islamic media, I can contribute between SDGs and Islamic concepts, I can help in raising awareness, actually taking youth initiatives and develop Islamic societies. So that's the main concept from the main thing. And also by the more development we have, people use more social media like YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and many different platforms. So also influencers around the world can help and participate in such a model. And for example, there's a YouTuber, a very famous YouTuber called Johatab, who actually took part on that by doing a very good quality videos on YouTube that actually express about very important topics. For example, he went to Japan and he showed how much Japan is actually have a big development in education and in many different parts, and how this part is connected to Islam. And this concept actually exists first in Khawatir, the program that I'm going to discuss later, but in the same time, it influenced social media to take part on that. The second part, he went to Tianjin in China, which is famous for yogurt, as it's famous Uyghur, which is a group of people, minority groups of people that they are facing like a lot of hard time because of the government, and actually they cannot practice Islam in public. They are like forbidden from doing any Islamic thing, like they are forced not to fast in Ramadan, and they are forced to drink alcohol just to be far away from Islam. And in his videos, he focused on that part by just going there and showing this kind of hard thing, that how they are not allowed to pray in the mosques and how they are not allowed to apply any Islamic thing in the public. So it's a very critical topic, and he was discussing it in a series of videos while he went there. I want to make sure you can see it. So this one. So let's move to Khawatir, which is the case study of my study, and it's the model that applied Islamic concept. So let's move next. I hope you are seeing presentation. Okay. So let's focus more on Khawatir main idea. So actually Khawatir is a program that is about the advices given by Ash-Shuqairi. Ash-Shuqairi is a very influencing media person in the Middle East, and this is started by Khawatir actually. The program avoided the speech and advice model of preaching. He just depend on a simple and accessible method is adopted all of the period of time that does not exceed 5 minutes. So actually the program first started, just the episode takes 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Later on, it became more, but because the content was more consent. So I hope you are seeing the presentation. Okay. So actually the program was divided into 11 seasons, and it's always being shown during Ramadan. So, and it's famous for being khawatir of young men, which khawatir actually means thoughts, but in Arabic. And it have many content visual presentation. But first it started a very basic one because it started a long time ago in 2004. So season 1 was presented inside a studio, just having like the main ideas and concept, talking about issues in the Arab world, in the Muslim world, just like highlighting some problems in the Arab world. But later on, the program kept in being developed. So in season 2, he started more initiatives, small initiatives, for example, renewing and cleaning the neighborhood. While in season 3, it started to highlight main ethics problems in the Muslim world and more things, and how that as a Muslim world, we don't have our own products, that we need more products come from our Muslim world, because production is very important in the development. So it started like that. It was very basic, just having some sketches and highlighting some problems in the streets, going to countries between. Usually it was shooted in Saudi Arabia and Egypt, but later on he visit more countries. So the program idea keep in development. Each year he developed from the program the visuals, and each year he used more of the technology to show more things. So reaching to season 5, which was like a plot twist in everything. Season 5 was a big exposure for Khawatir program. He went to Japan and he highlighted the social things and intellectual topic in Japan, and the technology, the ethics that they are applying that is actually inspired from Islam. They are non-Muslim, but they are applying Islamic ethics and fundamentals. In season 6, it was a comparison between the current Muslim words and the old Muslim words during like the era where we have like flourishing. We were coming up with new knowledge and coming up with new things like algebra and having our own inventions, and how we were very developed, going to Andalusia in Spain and see like highlighting all the things. So the season 6 was comparison, like season 5 comparison in Japan and the Arab world, Middle East basically, and season 6 was highlighting the old Muslim world and the current one. While season 7 he started to go to more like Europe, Asia, and he went to Turkey, and actually in that time he was highlighting solutions that these countries come up, because he was like presenting the Turkish experience in development and having more solutions for some current problems. And that the highlight of that season was çözümler, which means solutions in Turkish. And in season 8, he started to focus on the charity work by grabbing a lot of youth to participate in initiatives and come up with some ideas to solve some problems in the Arab world. While in season 9 and season 8, in season 9, starting from season 9, 10, and 11, it was another era for it. It was still interesting, and in the last season, we can see what he was trying to bring on. For example, he was highlighting problems. Then he was suggesting solutions, but in the end, you will see a lot of initiatives and youth all over the Arab and Muslim world coming up with these solutions and taking initiatives to apply the thoughts that he was trying to bring it on in from the beginning of the seasons. So that was really impressive, how the development of the show itself and the development of the idea and the implementation that took place in our real world. And we can see now a lot of startups, companies that started from Khawatir as an idea, but now they are making big difference in their area and society. So since the topic about sustainable development, so what is the Khawatir contribution in applying and spreading SDG goals? While during the program, there was many different initiatives, many different ideas. For example, he helped in the quality of education. He was focusing on education because education is the key to success and development in any country. So for example, he was focusing in Japan, how after Hiroshima, they were destroyed, there were nothing. But what they started with was the education. Students going to schools, learning and focusing on the area that will help the country to be developed. And this be developed through the program while he make initiatives in Arab world's schools in Saudi Arabia and in Egypt, making some development in specific schools to be inspiring and model for other schools. While also he helped in no poverty, which was also like by like charity work and volunteering. And another part was water solution. And actually I had an interview with one of the initiatives that come up from Khawatir. They called وَمِنَ الْمَاءِ حَيَاةٌ, which means life from water. And now they are doing great work in Africa and in Egypt and many different countries. They are providing clean water to countries with no access to clean water. This initiative started from Khawatir as a volunteering one, but now they are taking part as an NGO that helps in having water solutions in many different countries in Africa and in Egypt, and they are expanding to more countries, inshallah. And of course, there was sustainable cities and communities by giving solutions from Turkey, from Malaysia, from Singapore, from Japan, from China. He went to many different countries and he highlighted how we can make solutions to our current problems in different countries. And of course, the industry and innovation, we can see the innovations in the program itself, how they develop themselves, the visuals they use. So it was impressive in all many ways. So the other part I want to focus on is the strategies that Khawatir used in spreading SDGs. As I mentioned before, youth initiatives and call to action. So it's not just a show, you will watch it and then you close it. Actually, I was one of the users that I was really influenced by this program, that I started to participate in volunteering work and I started to participate in extracurricular activities to develop myself first and to develop my communities. I was one of the thing I was participating in is called Alashanik Ya Baladi, which an NGO that helps in developing slums in Egypt. So it's the concept itself that that he make youth really interested in and making them take the action to go and search for this work or come up with ideas to help the communities. So youth initiatives and of course volunteerism and charity, problems and solutions, because there was seasons that focusing on problems, but the second season you will see he will focus on the solutions. The fourth strategy is entertainment strategy. You can make a very informative content on media or on social media, but to make it entertainment, it's the challenge, because making it entertainment means that people will engage with you, they will be entertained to show you, so they will continue watching you and engaging with you. And this is really important thing as a media person. And this last one is a concentrated strategy, because as I mentioned, that most of the episode takes like from 5 to 15 minutes, which is very consent. While they shoot a lot of parts, but they focus on the most important and highlight the most important information and ideas, which is also a very important strategy to follow. So after like having observation and testing and analysis, we can see that Khawatir media elements that make it very popular and influential is first the episode numbers. It's not long, it's just 30 episodes, and the duration of the episode itself, like from 5 to 15 minutes, it's very short, so you don't have the chance to get bored watching it. The main content, which focusing on a very important and contradictory issues and different issues in the Arab world and discuss it in a very clear idea and very like positive way. It's not a negative way, just highlighting the problems. No, I give you the solution at the same time. And the last part, it's really important part for any media person, which using visuals, music. I remember how much the music makeup Khawatir is very good in branding it. Once you hear the music, you know this is Khawatir. You will go and see Khawatir. We are very amused with the music itself and the effects that they are using, and using different media elements in the show that make it very diverse and make it very entertaining. So we can see this as a huge success in the Middle East and in the Muslim world. The issues that was discussed and how the people interacted with the show was very important. So actually, Khawatir continue in doing big like success in the Arab world. A lot of youth were like influenced by the program. And actually, Ahmed al-Shukari himself was one of the 100 most influential Muslim in the world, 500. And also they have a channel that's called Aram Production in the YouTube. If you want to watch the program, you have the chance, and it's translated to English, so you can see the subtitle. And in addition to that, there is more youths coming with the same idea. Ahmed al-Shukari himself, he continued with the same line of of programs. Khawatir finished at the season 11, but he continued with other programs that actually continue the idea of sustainability and Islamic concept and learning about Islam in a more practical way. So the conclusion I want to reach out is that as Islamic media, we can representing Islam concepts, morals, and teaching in an entertaining way. And sustainable development, which is the goals by the UN, it's not far away from our concepts in Islamic morals and teaching and fundamentals. It's very near. And in the end, we want to reach a new Islamic media model that can spread, apply SDG and Islamic concept in a very entertaining, creative, and yet appealing way. So I would like to give some suggestions for the researchers. So actually we need more research and studies that can see and test the model in a wide application, and media institutes can use it. Social media application and visual content creation in the field of communication development should be considered in more studies and researches. And I would like to make like the study more, this one is limited because Khawatir is a TV in Arabic language. So we need more shows that in different language, like in Bahasa Indonesia, in Turkish, and in different ways. So I reached the end of my presentation, and I would like to thank you all. And of course, I will get back to Muhammad.
Thank you so much, Rania Khalid, for your rich and fantastic presentations. I would like to highlight some of the points that have you presented. The first one is that yang pertama adalah bahwasanya pendidikan itu menjadi kata kunci di dalam sebagai media dakwah, sebagai kata kunci atau sebagai strategi utama di dalam media dakwah. Maka media itu perlu dikemas secara semenarik mungkin, seinovatif mungkin, sehingga menarik, sehingga menjadi bagian, kalau tadi bahasa beliau itu menjadi entertainment, untuk menghibur dan menarik bagi para pendengar atau para pemirsanya. Nah, sebagai sebuah media Islam, maka banyak sekali konten-konten yang bisa dikembangkan. Khususnya tadi itu salah satu pembelajaran yang dipaparkan beliau itu adalah pembelajaran dari program Khawatir. Nah, program Khawatir ini juga yang memang salah satu tujuannya memang berangkat berangkat juga dari tujuan dari SDG atau Sustainable Development Goal, di mana antara ajaran Islam atau Islamic values atau nilai-nilai Islam itu tidak bertentangan dengan tujuan dari SDG. Misalnya terkait dengan, kalau tadi itu dicontohkan terkait dengan aspek lingkungan, di mana lingkungan itu memelihara lingkungan atau mempromosikan kesetaraan antara laki-laki dan perempuan misalnya, itu yang menjadi tujuan utama dari program SDG, dan itu juga tidak bertentangan dengan nilai-nilai Islam. Kembali lagi misalnya bagaimana pendidikan yang bisa digunakan atau media melalui TikTok, kalau tadi itu salah satu contohnya, itu media yang sangat menarik untuk menggunakan menggunakan sebagai strategi pendidikan atau strategi dakwah, itu adalah media TikTok. Media TikTok itu dipraktikkan misalnya durasinya itu melalui program khawatir itu 5 sampai 15 menit, tapi rata-rata itu 5 menit itu durasinya. Dan di program dari khawatir itu memang dikemas berdasarkan tema-temanya, ada session-sessionnya, tema-temanya itu bermacam-macam, dan di antara temanya itu misalnya bagaimana pembelajaran dari kunjungan ke Jepang. Jepang ketika dibom saat Perang Dunia Kedua itu sangat porak-poranda. Tetapi kata kunci yang digunakan adalah pendidikan, lagi-lagi ke pendidikan. Jadi pendidikan itu dijadikan sebagai strategi untuk bangkit di Jepang, dan itu ditonjolkan melalui media atau program khawatir tadi itu sebagai untuk mendorong komunitas muslim, khususnya kaum muda, baik itu laki-laki maupun perempuan, untuk maju atau bangkit dari segala macam bentuk keterpurukan seperti contoh yang di Jepang. Karena itu maka kata kuncinya tadi itu salah satunya itu bagaimana media itu bisa semenarik mungkin dan bisa menjadi media entertainment sehingga bisa menarik minat dari para pemirsa dan pendengar. Maka itu yang menjadi tantangan yang perlu memang di dalam konteks ini perlu banyak modifikasi dan inovasi. Yang inovasi ini seperti yang disarankan oleh Bu Rania tadi itu perlu banyak dilakukan dan dilakukan penelitian-penelitian sehingga media dakwah yang media dakwah yang humanis, media dakwah yang bisa digunakan juga yang sesuai dengan untuk mencapai tujuan SDG juga itu bisa tercapai. Mungkin itu salah satu poin yang bisa saya sampaikan di sesi ini. Okay, we go back to the we move to the next session about Q&A. At the moment, we have pretty good question ready to go. So the first round of question, we will have 2 to 3 questions, but I will focus first with the online question that has been questioned in the chat box. Okay, the first question is the first question is from Ibu Ropa to Yelis. The question is that I know that Turkey is generous, welcoming a lot of refugees from Syria and other countries. How do social work services respond to the problem of refugee in Turkey? Did you get the question, Yelis Baywang? Yes, this is about refugee in Turkey. Would you please the panitia mungkin mohon bisa di unmute Bu Yelia Bayresnya. Yelia Bayram, are you with us? Okay. Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
But excuse me, it's in Turkey. It's morning time, and I'm going to my work.
Okay.
And maybe some internet problems. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Could you please again the question about refugees? I understand, but what
Okay.
was it?
Okay, the question is that Turkey is generously welcoming a lot of refugees from Syria and other countries. How do
Yes.
social work services respond to the problem of refugee in Turkey? How do social work services? Yeah.
Yeah. My presentation is about the history and education, you know, and I said in curricula we add some new lectures, for example, about migration and migrants. And we have some state branch about refugees, and some new branch about refugees problems for their stay in country, for their shelter, for their food, yani for their main needs. We have some camps on the borderline cities. We have some houses for refugees, and you know the big amount of refugees in Turkey from all the countries. So our state, our ministry is very interested in their problems. In which way? In all way. You can check our websites of ministries, something like that. And I individually I see for example, international students from Syria, they don't pay for universities. It's some of the approach, maybe to clue you. We are doing everything from state branches. For social work, everybody can come to social work in the centers, and refugees too. Is that okay for you?
Okay. Yeah, I have a follow-up question for you. Yeah, sorry. Thank you so much, Yelis, for your answer. I would like to ask a follow-up question about the refugee. Would you please share with us about any specific issues faced by the refugees, and what is the role of the Islamic institution in particular? In what way they contribute to solve the issues of refugees, which is coming from Muslim countries?
What do you mean about Islamic institution?
Islamic institution like Islamic organization, whether it is like which is whenever the form, it can be in traditional Islamic institution like mosque, whether mosque play significant role in providing services, or in terms of the managerial or institutional base like any other organization, Islamic institution like Islamic Relief or other Islamic institution. In
yes.
what way? Yeah.
But the refugee issue is something whole in Turkey. The NGOs, Islamic institutions, mosques, and individually imams by if, and schools. Here, every institution do the needs of refugees. For example, for example, the mosque. The refugees can go to mosque and speak with imam, and they will do everything for him or her, not by one by one. It's a whole thing in Turkey, and everybody supports refugees, not Islamic Institute. Maybe you know Diyanet İşleri. You know, in Turkish, state branch it's Diyanet İşleri, and they have foundations. They have some divisions for refugees.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Yelis Baiwan, for your answer. We would like to move to the next questions about from Ibu Siti Samsiatun to Pak Roy. The question is, what is the current Indian government policy about non-Muslim Hindu religious missionary activities? I would like to invite Mr. Roy, Pak Roy, to respond to the question.
Thank you so much, Ibu Siti, for this wonderful question. In India, the situation is a little problematic. That is the simple answer. But I think I need to say a little more about Indian situation. Now India is under the control of BJP. BJP is a party of Hindu and Hindutva proponents. They came to power in 2014 with 283 seats out of 550 seats, and consequently they were elected and came to power in 2019 with 303 seats. It shows a great marginal victory of Hindu-based party BJP, Bharatiya Janata Party. Actually, they started their party in 1984, and when they started in 1984, they had only 2 seats in the parliament. But now they had a upper majority in the parliament, and they are ruling India. So it is under the BJP Hindu party. Then once they came to power, they started to change policies regarding mission activities. There are a lot of problems because of the mission activities. They look upon the mission activities with a suspicion. That is a problem. They have reasons for that, and when they came to power, they made a lot of laws, anti-conversion laws in many states. They are in power in many states, many provinces in India. When they came to power, they consciously made anti-conversion bills against mission activities. That is targeting especially Muslims and Christians, minority religions. Another thing is that there is a kind of garbapasi. Garbapasi means coming back, going back to the home. That is a kind of reconversion. Now these many associations supported by BJP are trying to reconvert those Hindus who were converted many years back or centuries back to Hinduism. That is a policy, that is a strategy they are following. That is Garbhapasi. It is going on, especially in North India. And there are also lot of problems in the name of cow. That is cow vigilantism is going on in the name of religion. Of course, yeah, each religion has its own animals or sacred symbols, etc. But they are exaggerating in order to consolidate people. And their strategy was successful. Therefore, they could win greatly, or landslide victory was with them, with this Hindu right-wing political party and associations. Then we see from 1992 in India we see the demolition of Babri Masjid. That was the beginning of this kind of atrocities against minorities. Then in 2002 we see massacre of Muslims in Gujarat, and in 2008 we see again massacre of Christians in Odisha. All these things happen because in the name of religion. They accuse minorities for making false or fraudulent conversion activities. Therefore, Indian situation, India is going through a difficult situation, but for minorities we cannot do anything. Like Hindutvaization is happening in India. That is what is happening in India. Hindutvaization, making it's a process of making everything Hinduized, or they want to make everything under the definition of Hinduism. That is what is going on in India right now. I think it's clear.
Thank you so much, Roy Joseph, for your answer. We move to the next set of questions. For the participant who would like to ask directly, you can raise your hand or just write your question on the chat box. Is there any other question from the participants? Okay, if there is no question, I would like to ask a question to Ibu Rania. My question is about model. Would you please recommend any media besides TikTok, for instance, that can be effectively address the issues of radicalizations? Or because sometimes when we try, because the problem of radicalization is about the way of thinking, the way, the attitude, etc. And to change the way of thinking needs long process, needs time. In order to solve the issue of radicalization and extremisms, which is often that one of the strategy is education, that have you mentioned that from your point of view, would you please recommend any strategy, what kind of media communication that can be used to eradicate the issue of extremisms in Indonesia? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think it's really important thing to highlight and to talk deep about it. So I think the using of technology and understanding the new generations needs, understanding their way of presenting themselves, what kind of issues they are facing, and what is the language they are using. So yeah, we need to speak their language too. And by saying language, not like Arabic, English, no, I mean like the way of thinking. So for example, I see some development areas that happening. For example, in Al-Azhar now, they make a platform where people can communicate with Al-Azhar with the very critical questions and daily questions related to Islam. I think it's a good step to communicate with people. So communication with the right institution, it's really important. And I think all Muslim nations become one and have a like a dialogue together. For example, we can use social media like YouTube, like Instagram, like Facebook, which is basically used for different ages group. It can help a lot in that. It can participate in having a good dialogue, and also we need to observe this thing, like the Islamic institutions in different countries, Muslim countries, they have to become one first, and they have to have a communication together, and they have to check the internet. For example, they have to check the social media platforms to see what is the extreme and radical content that is available now, and to raise awareness about it. I think also one of the appealing things that we can use is podcasts. Now podcasts becoming popular, and youth use podcasts in many ways, like just listening to it when they are going to their college, going to their work. So it can be another method of communication. So I think the key of anything is communication and awareness, and also understanding the needs of the youth, understanding the new generation way of thinking, way of communicating, using technologies also, and being up to date. So it's really important, the development. So for example, the concept exists for many years. When Rasul Muhammad والسلام, he went to the people of Quraysh, he speak their language, he speak their way. So for example, the things that they used to do for long era, it doesn't become haram from the first time. No, it's a step after step. So we need to have a dialogue. We need to have understanding of what's happening now. And we need also to understand that this era and these challenges we are having now didn't exist before. So we need to understand it more. So I think the key word of anything is communication, technology, innovation, and also to be up to date. So, and also stick to our fundamentals. So as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, Islam is perfect, Muslim is not. That's why we have radicalism and extremism. It's from the human itself. But if we go back to the fundamentals of Islam, the teaching, and raising awareness about it in a good way, in a practical way, I see also in khutbah, for example, the Jum'ah prayer speech, I think, yeah, we need to use more, talking about more critical issues that we're facing in our Muslim world. We need also to be bold when we are discussing it. We don't need to hide or be afraid of anything, because the way that we have to be clear and to have a dialogue is really also important. And also we need to be creative in the way that khutbah prayer. And I see it happening in different area. For example, in Malaysia before, I heard that they use like the TV in khutbah prayer, and they use like some maybe animation to explain things to the people who are listening to khutbah during the prayers. So, and it's important also the selections of the topics that is going to be discussed. So for example, we have a lot of like ways to communicate with Muslim youth, and also to communicate with each other. So we need to use it wisely, and we need to raise awareness. Also, we have to check what kind of content that we need to fight against. So I think that's can be the answer.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, it's very enlightening. Yeah, all of the speakers answer and respond to questions. Is there any other burning question I think if there is no question, I think that bring us to the end of second plenary session for today. I would like to really thanks so much to all wonderful speakers today. It was really a fantastic and informative session. We also had some wonderful questions from the participants and audience. Thank you very much, everyone, for your participation, and particular thanks to Yelis Bayram, Roy Joseph, and Rania Khalid Hussein Ahmed. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy today's session, and let's give standing applause for all of us. Thank you so much. I over to MC. Thank you.
Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih banyak. I over to MC to close the today's session.
Thank you very much for our distinguished invited speakers and all moderators for guiding our conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, those all for the conference today. And finally, we come to the end of this agenda. But before we close this agenda, we'd like to give an announcement. Tomorrow, we will have another session that will be start at 8:30 a.m. by Zoom application. For further information, please wait for the next announcement. And to all the participants, please do not leave the room first and turn on your camera because we will take picture together. So the committee, please handle this photo session. Come to the first slide, give your best pose. 3, 2, 1. Move to the next slide. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for joining the conference today. I am Rani Octavianur.
And I am Muhammad Fahmi Idris.
As the master of ceremony, we apologize if there is a mistake spoke and acts during the event. And let's close our agenda today by saying Hamdalah together.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
See you again on the next event.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.